run it, but also to serve as its core mission, which is to honor the military of the United States. So we'll have approximately 8,000 runners that'll take part in the event, 8,000 runners. And Mayor Guajardo will be kicking off the event at 6:30 a.m.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm running like 6, so that's a long ways from
This is your early wake-up call. So 6:30, you're going to be welcoming the runners. And the mayor's office also will be having a team, right? And the relay race is, in fact, a total of 24 city teams. So 24 different city teams in this big event. So staff has been proactive and has engaged Doug McBee. He's here with us today. He is the race director. He's been so for many, many years to make sure that the race is successful on Saturday. Yesterday, I met with our leadership team from the police department, the fire department, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Solid Waste, and partner agencies to include Downtown Management District. And Doug McBee was there as well. So Public Works has worked closely with our police department on traffic control. It's a 26-mile course, so that's a lot of cones. I think this may be the record of all cones placed in one event. I do want to. I didn't ask yesterday, but I want to get a count for how many cones we put out there, because it'll be the entire 26-mile race, right? And CCPD will be monitoring our streets and intersections, make sure participants and others are safe as they normally do in these types of events. As safety is a top priority for runners and spectators, we are mindful of the temperatures. We had the National Weather Service with us yesterday as well. So the temperature will be approaching 95 degrees, and it'll be a feels-like temperature of 100 degrees. So a little hotter than normal for these types of events, but Doug has numerous volunteer doctors and medical staff that'll be along the entire race. In fact, he has so many that our EMS staff will kind of be on just standby because they have it so well covered. And we are surveying the route. We made sure our Director of Public Works has been driving it weekly or daily, this week, and they'll do that all the way up through Friday to make sure it looks good and it's safe. So we do have a short video we're going to show you, and then after that, I asked Doug if he would want to come in today to talk to us, and he said yes, so he's going to come up after the video and just say a few words as well. So let's see this video.
I want to reassure the public that Beach to Bay will take place this year, and you can visit beachtobayrelay.com to register your team.
Our community is very excited about this major running event, and we know that runners, including veterans and active military and visitors alike, will participate in great numbers.
COVID-19 pandemic has really had taken its toll the past 2 years on Beach to Bay, and before I met with the mayor, I really thought we were going to be gone. I really didn't think we'd be back.
This year, our goal is 1,500 teams of 6 people, so that will total a total of 18,000 people.
I'm committed to ensuring that the success of the Beach to Bay Relay Marathon after 45 years continues to be a part of Corpus Christi's identity, because it is a part of Corpus Christi.
That's great. Good job in that video, Mayor. Doug, do you want to say a few words? Is it too late to register?
Yeah.
I've heard
It's
that
Tuesday,
about
Peter.
400 times in the last 2 days.
And for the record, Peter, we have 7 teams under the mayor's.
Well, and the city has another 10.
Yeah.
So
but
you have
we
almost
7
almost 20
I'm
teams.
on one of them, but yes. I'm 6. Leg. I'm gonna die. I know. Yeah. Go ahead, Doug.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm kind of off the cuff. I didn't realize I was going to say anything, but I'll be brief. But I wanted to take the opportunity. I think everybody knows that Beach to Bay has been around for 45 years. It's a mainstay in Corpus Christi, and we were almost gone. I didn't think we were going to make it after 3 cancellations. So long story short, somebody put me in touch with Mayor Guajardo and said she could help, and she really did. She took the bull by the horns and has led us and helped us back from the brink of extinction, really. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank her and Mr. Zanoni and the great staff. The city has been 100% on board with everything we've done and helped us quite a bit, everybody. So I just wanted to take the time to thank everybody for saving Beach to Bay. So we will resume our normal, next year hopefully we'll be a little bit more back to normal. The numbers are down a little bit this year, but it's enough to make it. So we're gonna do well. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everybody for saving Beach to Bay.
Doug, and thank you, because you literally, I know you have a small team, but you would think that Beach to Bay was put on by some huge organization. It is Doug. It is,
Me and a
is
small staff, yes.
Yeah, and you guys do it every single year. So this is a huge economic driver for the city of Corpus Christi, and it's a big deal. And so thank you for just continuing. It's not like this is your full-time job.
No,
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Yes. So thank you, Doug. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir.
Great, yeah. Thank you, Doug. One of the partner agencies I did mention, but I wanted to, is RTA, the Regional
Yes.
Transportation Authority, so they'll be providing free transportation in a big way to
Right.
numerous stops. So we want to thank them. So we know it's going to be hot on Saturday, and there'll be a lot of water consumed by our runners and others. And that brings me to a second item on our agenda, which is our Water Utilities Department's name. And it's gone through various names since I've been here in the past 3 years, but we wanted to really, maybe for the first time in the city's history, have a recognizable brand name. And with Mike Murphy's leadership and the team, we have a new name and a new logo we want to reveal today. This is the first time people will be seeing it, with the exception of City Council last night, who had a preview memo that we sent to you all. The Corpus Christi tagline will continue to be serving the coastal bend. We know that the city of Corpus Christi is the only in the region water planner, producer, and distributor. So we're all three things. We plan for water, we produce it, and we distribute it, and we've done that for almost 100 years. So, Mike Murphy, can you walk us through the new brand logo?
Glad
Yes, sir.
to. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Council. Good morning. Or is it? Yeah, still good morning.
Morning.
I'm happy to be here today to share something that is very exciting for our department. We've gone through, like Peter was saying, we've gone through several names, and it's become almost unidentifiable at some point with all the different logos and uniforms and, changing from the utility department to the water department. So now we think it's time, and one of the things that Peter wanted me to do once I came on board about a year ago was to come up with this a rebranding to consolidate what we do in Corpus Christi Water. So with that said, let's see, we got a slideshow here. So why did we feel the need to get a new name and new look? Because we are the regional water provider. We're the planner, we're the producer, we're the distributor, and I don't think there's a more important time in Corpus Christi's history that we get that message out strong, loud, and clear. And so our goal is to be recognized as that agency. We're more than a utilities department. We have the largest department in the city with over 540 employees and a $440 million budget. There's a lot going on. We provide water services to 500,000 customers, which includes 7 counties. So we wanted to get the name out that would reflect that. So what you see on the screen is our new logo, Corpus Christi Water, CCW, serving the coastal bend. And you're going to see this on just about everything that we do. I'm going to invite, first of all, let me introduce the team that worked on this. I think it would be remiss if I didn't recognize these men and women that worked on this so hard, because this was a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of time went into coming up with this. But we got our Director of Water Utilities, Gabe Ramirez, Aaron Hawkins, our Communications Manager, Shelby Coppage, and then, of course, everybody knows Corey Hardiman, all working on this project for a long while to get it to this point today. So Aaron is our Community Outreach Specialist. And so, Aaron, I'm going to turn it over to you and just kind of walk us through how we got here.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Mike. Good morning, Mayor and Council. If we could bring the logo back up, please, so everybody can take another good look at it. So we didn't go out and meet with someone and say, hey, we need a new logo. The CCW name and logo was developed after many, many discussions with our designer. Our designer is Les Kerr Creative out of Rockwall, Texas, and so this whole process has taken about a year. And those conversations centered around what we do, which is distribute water, how long we've been doing it, 130 years, and how many people rely on us for water, which is 500,000 people. And how we want to be perceived by the community and the region, which is professional, dependable, and polished. The waves in the logo, they have movement, and the bright colors represent the clean water that Corpus Christi Water produces, whether it's from our wastewater treatment plants that is treated and distributed and put back into our environment, or the water from our water treatment plant that serves hundreds of thousands of people in the coastal bend. The CCW name and logo is going to start appearing on everything we touch, from email signatures to uniforms to trucks to water towers. We're very, very excited about that. We will be doing advertising with the new name and logo to educate the community that we are still part of the city of Corpus Christi. We're not our own independent organization. We just have a new name. We're looking for that new name to be applied. It's going to take about a year. And Corey is going to let that start with you guys. All that starts today. As you can see, we have our shirts. We brought you guys some goodies. Because we're proud of this logo. We want you to be proud of it and wear it too. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike, and he's going to give us some examples, show you guys some examples of this new logo in action.
So we can pull that last slide up. There we go. So you're going to start seeing the logo appear on, obviously, our vehicles, and then shirts that we will wear, the uniforms that that Corpus Christi Water staff will be wearing. We're going to put this on the front of the Holley Avenue office building. And I guess most importantly, the most recognizable and the biggest change, next slide please, is it's going to go on our water towers. And this is the Holley water tower that has gotten so much press lately, but we've got a lot of positive news surrounding the Holley Road water tower that I think everybody's going to be very happy about. But this is what it's going to look like, and it's going to have the Corpus Christi CCW logo serving the coastal bend. This is a very strong message. This is a very important message that we want to get out. And so you're going to start seeing this. And Gabe is going to quickly describe what the next 3 water towers, the locations, and how we're going to go about doing that. So Gabe.
Right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gabe Ramirez, Interim Director, Water Utilities. So yes, the first 3 towers that we're ready to put the new logo on are the Coral Vine Tank. That one just had rehab done last year. So that'll be one of the first 3, as well as the Holley and Rand Morgan towers. The Holley and Rand Morgan water tanks also are going to begin being filled at the end of May. We're doing the Holley one first on that, and then those will be in service a month from now. Both will be in service. And that's the schedule as of today on those towers.
So the Holley Road tower is a very important tower to the city. That's a 3 million gallon tank standing empty for quite some time now. And due to the work of our staff, engineering staff, and the city manager's team, we're able to get that filled 8 months ahead of what was the original schedule when I first got here. And very, it's been an issue for us, but the fact that we're working with some new creative ideas on procurement, which we implemented on this particular tower, we're going to be able to bring it on 8 months ahead of schedule. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a big deal for us. So there it is. You've all got your shirts now. We hope that you wear these with pride. That's it, Mr. Manager.
Great, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And they're beautiful.
Isn't it?
I love the logo. I love the way it looks. The color is just beautiful.
Thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. I really do like the logo. It makes a lot of sense, especially the way you explain it, and it looks great. Couple of questions I have. Why did we go with Rockwall, not one of our award-winning local designers here to help us with this logo design?
Okay, so we went through an RFQ process, and this was a smaller firm that was within our budget. We had a small budget to deal with. I think we originally had $49,500 in our budget, and they were able to meet that. But this was a bright young firm. They were ambitious. They communicated well, and so we decided to go with them. Yeah.
And then I had heard from your predecessors years back, even before Peter had come on, that there is an issue with painting or putting any type of design on our water towers, that it would somehow eventually cause some sort of effect with the quality of water. Is there any reasoning behind that?
No, there's nothing behind that. No,
Okay.
none whatsoever.
Okay, okay.
No,
Well,
the water towers are painted all over the country, and right now we're painting. I mean, you have to paint your water towers to address corrosion, rusting, and things like that. You have to paint them on a regular basis anyhow. So this is just basically another layer of paint.
okay,
Right,
well,
there are specifications for the paint that's used and the coating material for each of the towers as you're rehabbing them, as we're doing now, and it has no effect on water quality.
well, that explains why
I know
they're
in
not
the
here
past,
anymore.
the policy was no logos. Yeah, in the past, the policy was no logos, but that was an old legacy thing that we're not doing that anymore that way.
Well, it looks great. Thank you all.
Can I just add to that, Mayor? That this is one of the best things I like, is that we have numerous towers across our city.
Right.
And when visitors come here, they don't always know they're in the city of Corpus Christi. They could think they're in Port Aransas. And so this is not only a great way to brand our water department, but also the city. We'll have our name up in the sky, Corpus Christi. This is something we could have had decades ago, but we haven't for whatever reason. But so this brings us to that new day that the mayor talks about. And finally, we'll have our logo and our name on all of our water towers, proudly representing the city. We want to be proud of the city. And when we can brag about it through these types of ways, it makes it even better.
Yes.
Also, on that Coral Vines Tower, we will be putting the turtles back. Yes, Councilman? Yeah.
Turn your light off.
Yes, right. We saw some social media chatter over the weekend that I responded to. So, yeah, the turtles are coming back. We'll have both the logo and the turtles. Yes.
Okay, Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, congratulations. The logo is so simple, but yet it's very powerful. That's what I love about this.
Thank you.
You know, the colors are spot on. I'm looking forward to the tower on Rand Morgan to have this logo. Now, my question is, are we going with local people to put this design on it, or are we going on the outside to get someone to paint these logos on our towers?
Yeah. So the way it's set up right now, Councilman, is doing 3 logos at a time would put us into that range where we'll have to go out for bids on them.
Okay.
So we'll see where those fall. Hopefully, that would be great if a local firm was the low bidder on that. But we'll go with the lowest responsive bidder. But that's typically the way we would do that.
And, well, like I said, once again, it looks great. And Peter, no, I do not want one of these on Labonte Park. It's the interest, I don't want it on Labonte Park. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I kind of reminded me of this is that little dynamic ribbon you got on there. And working for Coca-Cola for nearly 20 years, that's what it kind of reminded me. Are we making sure we're not infringing on any copyrights?
Yep, so we've done a copyright search on it. We didn't find anybody with Corpus Christi Water, CCW. If there was, we couldn't find it. And then Peter and I've had this conversation as recently as last night on the trademark versus what is called a service mark. And Miles can talk about the difference between the two of those. But we have applied for a service mark. After this council meeting today, we will send that application in to give us a service mark. Will give us some protection, but us being a government agency and this being a free country, it doesn't fully protect us, but it does protect us from somebody else saying Corpus Christi Water. So, Miles.
Yeah, the service mark protection would protect us from somebody attempting to confuse the marketplace by selling as CCW Water. It's not going to protect from somebody attempting to do like to satirize or do anything or do a political criticism of the mark.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Smith.
Political criticism? No. Mike and everybody, I really appreciate adding the tagline on there, serving the coastal bend.
Yes,
that we are regional, and to see that all the time, and we're not just talking about the city of Corpus Christi, like you said, 7 counties on there, 19 communities, 500,000 people, and we need a reminder up here. We got to think broader than just within our own boundaries. That our water system's boundaries are much bigger, and the reminder that we stretch across 3 basins on there. If you look at CC Water, it's much more than a municipal water department there. Two lakes, drawn out of a third 140-mile pipeline. It cost $1 billion and a half today to replace. We've got a lot invested in then going into the future, expanding our water supplies. So, I think this is great and serving the coastal bend. Thank you, and thanks for keeping the turtle.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all the
Okay.
comments.
Thank
But
you all.
Yeah, great job. They're really, really nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. That's great. Great job. Mayor, we want to talk a little bit about the skies as well. And this week, our airport is hosting the annual South Central chapter of the American Association for Airport Executives. This is an annual conference, and it's been over a decade since it's been here in Corpus Christi. And with the leadership of Kevin Smith, the airport director, Tyler Miller, the deputy director, and our assistant director, Elsie Borgstead, the city landed that conference here this week. It has over 222 members, the conference does, and there's 47 airports across the country that are represented this week and that are here in our city. They will be discussing legislative updates, aviation safety, code of ethics training, as well as financial stability. So, Mayor, I know you were there on yesterday, kicking off the event with some opening remarks. The event concludes tomorrow with a tour of our international airport. We just want to highlight it because we know several on the council, including Councilman Smith, have had a strong has a strong effort in making our airport the best, and it's been a long-standing policy issue of people like Councilman Smith and yours too, Mayor. So that's just a quick announcement that it's here. We do have a short video to show some of the work in progress from yesterday. We'll show that right now.
Today is a wonderful opportunity for the city of Corpus Christi, and most especially our airport, because we are bringing together over 250 people, leaders in the airport industry, to talk about policy, to talk about best practices, and just to see how we can improve our airport systems across the nation.
Getting to meet with airports from Seattle, Washington, airports that are in Victoria. I mean, it's such a wide range of people that are here. So we look for what are other airports doing that we can mirror so that we are not reinventing the wheel. It's kind of saves us money and time and research, just sitting down and having a cup of coffee with some of these people and finding out what's going on in other airports.
This opportunity today gives the city of Corpus Christi a huge advantage in showcasing not only our city, but the region. And it puts Corpus Christi on a national platform because we have so many people from across the entire nation here today. And so they know by being here, by Corpus Christi being chosen for this conference, it speaks for our airport and our operations here in Corpus Christi.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Councilman Molina, thanks for being there as well. You look good in that video. Mayor, there's 2 other quick items. I don't know if you want, I think we have another minute or so. If you want me to keep going.
Oh,
yes.
We would have maybe a minute.
Okay, okay.
So-
Okay, let me knock out one, which is to recognize, we have 2 departments we're recognizing this week under National Weeks of Recognition. And the first would be our Public Works group, and we'll recognize them. That will go to citizens to be heard. But this week, we do celebrate National Public Works Week, and our Public Works Department staff work hard each day, as we know, to keep our communities right-of-way and streets functioning. They address traffic operations, street maintenance, and stormwater as well. For this fiscal year, the department continues to reconstruct streets through our neighborhood, both self-performing and managing contractors as well. We've successfully implemented a more equitable and transparent stormwater fee. We have a Safe Routes to School program, and we're continuing Vision Zero initiatives. And Mayor, I'm going to have you talk about the MPO projects that tie in well with this. Before I do that, one final note on this is that we know the late director that we had, Richard Martinez, that helped to put us on a new path forward. At the request of Councilman Molina, we will be dedicating the building where the Public Works teams work out of in his name. There's a ceremony this Friday on May 20th at 3 p.m. That'll be at Hygeia Street, 2525 Hygeia Street. And there we'll be unveiling the naming of the building in his honor, the Richard E. Martinez Public Works Building. Our teams are excited about it, the Public Works crews. There's also a lunch this Thursday that we'll be attending to make sure we stay in touch with them. They know the importance of their work, and it's always reassuring when we tell them that they're still priority number one. And every time I get a chance to see them, I remind them of that this is our biggest priority of getting our streets back in order, and we can't do it without them. So they're excited when they see us, and when we continue to show that we have strong commitment for them and for their program. So Mayor, did you want to brief us on the MPO, because they had several projects, so when we come back?
Yeah, when we
Okay.
come back.
Okay.
I don't want to wait too much
Okay,
longer
no worries.
afternoon for
Okay.
public comment, if that's okay. Okay, so at this time, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the City Council rules of decorum, please.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling each person in order in which you signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before beginning. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so, but once the item is considered on the agenda, you will not be able to speak twice on it. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, and non-resident comments are limited to 1. For those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the buzzer goes off, if you would kindly wrap up your comments, we would appreciate that. And if you have any petition or any other information pertaining to your subject matter, if you could please hand it over to our city secretary prior to approaching the podium. So with that, we will call up, we have a few. Elke Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Elke Gonzalez, and I'm the CEO of the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors, a member of the Short-Term Rental Stakeholder Advisory Group, and a resident of North Padre Island at 13946 Gypstay Street. I'm here this afternoon to express concern with Phase 2 of the STR ordinance, specifically the evaluation of land use and zoning districts to determine what single-family areas may be appropriate for short-term rental use. This evaluation could lead to banning STRs in certain areas while allowing them in other areas. This is unfair and arbitrary. The government should not impose restrictions on property owners that infringe upon their ability to generate income. Banning STRs in some areas and not others will have a significant impact on a property owner's right to rent out their properties on a short-term basis. Corpus Christi Association of Realtors, along with Texas Realtors and the National Association of Realtors, is against city ordinances that arbitrarily infringe on the basic right of an individual to acquire, possess, and freely transfer real property, and shall protect private property rights as referred to in the 5th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. Private property rights include the right to gain income from property and the right to rent out property on a short-term basis. Other concerns about Phase 2 include, while the city has substantial discretion in establishing, implementing, and enforcing zoning requirements, such requirements must be based on factual basis. They cannot be arbitrary or capricious. CCAR believes that the city has failed to define any factual basis for the proposed zoning restrictions. The The city has failed to provide any data to support the asserted need for restricting STRs in certain zones. The city has failed to provide data identifying the character of each zone in the city to support the claim that STRs would detract from the established character of single-family zones. The proposed restrictions on STRs in single-family zones are unnecessary and imposing limitations without factual basis, and this is arbitrary. CCR leadership is available to City Council and City staff in discussing our further concerns. In the meantime, we are consulting with Texas Realtors and other groups on potential next steps, and CCR urges City Council to reconsider Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Maggie Peacock? Is Maggie Peacock here? Okay. Ricardo Elizondo.
Seem to be dropping everything today. My name is Ricardo Elizondo, Mayor, Councilman. Have a good day. I know that you work very hard. I want to talk about my favorite subject, my neighborhood. I've lived there 22 years. I talked to, thank you for referring my concerns to engineering again. I talked to a young lady, an engineer, Mrs. Garcia, and she agreed with my concerns. However, she went on to say there was no money to be done. My neighborhood has been there about 120 years. I noticed to the south of me, Furman, they got their curbs redone several years ago. In the next street over, for the next 3 or 4 blocks, the curbs have been redone, and they've been repaved at that time in the last 20 years. Furman is up for repaving. My street, that I have several houses on. Actually, I own everything except the corner lots on the north side of Coleman. Has the same curves it had when it was put in place over 100 years ago. The square curbs, no radius. It's about time somebody addressed this neighborhood that time has forgotten. I hope this is the council that will do that for me. If not, I will continue to ask. Coleman Street, basically, the infrastructure's gone. You can smell the sewer coming out of the stormwater. That same stormwater goes right out to the bay. I'm sure that's why the bacteria count is high there. You can look down the street, you can see where there's an indentation right across where the sewer line run. It's you can, in a good morning, not in the middle of the day, but in the morning when I get up at 4 o'clock and drink my coffee and then wait for the sun to come out, I go out there and see the streets. I'll tell you, I've seen those same cracks. They're about this size, which is about 2.5 inches since I first moved in there. I've loved that neighborhood since I was a kid. So much that I lived on the south side and I decided to come back and put my money where my mouth was, okay? I love this side of town, but there's about a 3-block area starting at Coleman, going north, that has basically nothing been done on it. It's just been forgotten. Everything to the west of Staples has been redone. Curbs, gutters. Matter of fact, you're doing Alameda again. Looks like you're slip lining it or something. A lot of those streets have been slip lined. I would not suggest you do that to my street, since you're probably gonna have to tear it down all the way to the base, redo the line, right. The next street that I like is the street I live on. My house fronts 3 streets, Coleman, 5th, and 6th. A third of those houses do not have any curbs, so guess what? All that dirt is gonna wash out to the bay when they drains. Hey, do yourself a favor, as a council, not as an individual, and get those curbs back up to standard. There's still curbs there. They need to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
I'll
Mr.
see you next
Elizondo.
week.
Thank you, sir. Adam Rios?
How we doing, everyone? Adam Rios, 7301 Tangle Ridge Court. We were talking about Beach to Bay. I just wanted to mention that I'm actually about to run Beach to Bay this Saturday for the first time in 22 years, because that's how long I've been gone.
Way to go.
They gave me the bridge leg.
Oh, there
Good.
you go.
I know, right? I know
Not
why they were
bad.
doing that. Anyway, as I've met some of y'all before, and again, I'm always here to comment on the public skate park at Cole Park. I had some people email me last time from when I was here, and just wanted to ask specific questions, and I wanted to just let it be known publicly that it is a prefabricated skate park that we have here. I know that Grindline Skate Company was given the go-ahead years ago to move forward with the project. They're out of Seattle. If anybody wants to know, they're not local, but that's besides the point. The positive thing about a prefabricated skate park, or at least a major principle, is the longevity of having a concrete skate park. Costs should be minimal. Unfortunately, we're a little ahead of where we should be with repairs. It usually takes about 20 years. And if that thing was built in 2008 or completed, we're, year 14 and we're already having issues with it. But that's because nothing was being done before. And I'm here to let the public know, especially when I share this later with my friends, that I'm glad that there's a council that's actually moving forward and doing something to help promote this sport, because this sport has been very good to me. I've been an advocate for it since I was 14. I'll be 52 this August. I still skate. But one of the basic principles about repairs and maintenance that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention to prolong its integrity is to make sure that at least annually that pool gets sealed, because it is concrete. And if we are going to do that, we need to figure out, is Grindline going to send somebody all the way from Seattle to do that? Will it be done locally? These are the kind of preventative measures that we don't run into every 10 years and have $70,000, $100,000 worth of repairs to do. And so as we move forward, and I've talked with the mayor, who's been really advocating, by the way, there's been a lot of communication about what's going to be going on with the skate park. And again, I want to thank you, Mayor, for being as involved as you are, because that's why I'm glad to see things happening. There was never a mayor or council, at least when I was here, that wanted any involvement in the skate park or the skate park or the skateboard community, for that matter. I think I defy a stereotype. I graduated from Texas A&M Corpus Christi with honors. I skateboard. I'm not a troublemaker. I believe that I'm here to be good trouble, as we've heard that before.
Good.
So my vision, though, is again to work with the mayor, city manager, Parks and Rec, to create a world-class skate park, to get sponsors here, to eventually be a thorn in y'all's side to talk about the expansion of the skate park and create a plaza, which really will put us in step with what's going on across the country with skate parks that bring in major sponsors and major dollars and major network coverage. So I know my time's up. That goes by fast. Anyway, thank you all very much. I'll see y'all soon.
Thank you, Adam, very much. Andy Todman. During the item, what item number would that? 24. 24, okay. And Ms. Puerta, do we have any phone?
No, ma'am.
No?
Not today.
Okay, so that'll conclude our public comment period. Okay. And Mr. Zanoni, did you have a little bit more?
So, Mayor, just one more item to recognize National Emergency Services Week.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if you wanted to highlight those the MPO
I do
project.
want to highlight those.
Right, we just, before Citizens to be Heard, we talked about Public Works Week.
Yes.
And the fact that we have a Vision Zero program and a lot of Safe Routes to School programs. So we know that you, being on the MPO, they approved a list of projects that will benefit the community. So
right.
you go ahead.
You want me to go and do that?
Yeah,
Yes, I can do that.
Right.
Yes, well, you were going
Okay.
on. Okay, yes. So I wanted to let the council know, whether we recall or not, this past May, this council authorized staff to submit 5 safety projects to the MPO under the Federal Surface Transportation Block Grant Set-Aside Program. It's a long name. And our city projects partnered with our Vision Zero, as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, initiative, and included improvements at Oak Park Elementary, Ocean Drive, pedestrian crossing, Mary Carroll Ditch Hike and Bike Trail, Encantada pedestrian improvements, and Brook Road Hike and Bike Trail. So these projects totaled over $4.5 million. And I'm really proud to say today that the MPO, I made the motion, awarded $3.9 million to address these. And then another $2 million went to Portland. And I think they had 1 or 2 projects over there. The projects will be in design and then construction over the next couple of years. So it's a huge, huge plus. It's a real good news item for the city of Corpus Christi, because these monies are federal monies. And on the MPO board, you do what we do here. We advocate for our projects to move forward. And so I advocated. just want to let y'all know. So it's a great day. And so we'll look forward to all of those projects. It's a lot of progress across the city. So I wanted to let everyone know that.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And if you, those titles that you read off, and Councilman Molina and I were in the audience at the last meeting that was here. I know the last one was in Portland, but many of them are off-road, which is the safest. They allow pedestrians to travel from one location to another completely off the road, like the Mary Carroll one. So, great, thank you. One final item is just to recognize another department that's being recognized this week, locally and nationally, and that is our Emergency Services Week. And our chief is out of town getting some professional development this week, but Chief Ritchie's here with us. But each week around this time of year is National Emergency Services Week. And in 1974, President Gerald Ford authorized the EMS Week to celebrate EMS practitioners and the importance that they play across our community and protecting and saving lives in all communities. This is the 48th celebration of this week, and there is a theme for this year. It's Rising to the Challenge is the theme for this week. And just like in the police week, there's a day where National EMS Recognition Day is recognized within the week, and that's this Friday. So hug a firefighter or an EMS person on Friday.
Can we just high five?
Yeah, a high five is fine too. We want to thank them for the work that they do. We have a great public safety team, both in police, but also this week we want to recognize the fire and EMS teams that we have. Our great audio-visual team put together a video here too. All the videos that we see at the City Manager's Report are done in-house by Cameron and his team, and they do an outstanding job. These are played on YouTube and on social media as well. But the short ways to highlight all the great things we're doing here in the city. And with that, we're going to show you this last video in the City Manager's Report, which is to recognize our EMS staff.
That thing is running all day long. You might get one or two calls that are very serious on the fire engine, but if you're on the medic unit, it's going to be pretty much a continuous run over here in Station 10.
So ultimately here in Corpus Christi, we are a rarity. Everybody that rides a fire truck at one point in time rode both the fire truck and the ambulance. Everybody here in Corpus is a paramedic.
That's not the typical model in the state or the country.
When I found out that you could be a paramedic and work on the streets and have pretty much a lot of autonomy that a doctor has, I was like, sounds like the profession that I want to do.
As a fireman and a paramedic, that's what you look for in the careers. There's some incidents or emergencies that may not happen very often, but you train on it, so when it does happen, you rise to the occasion.
You never know what the day is going to bring. It's always something different, and we get there and we try to do the best we can to help.
It's that level of care that they know we're going to provide when we're showing up. It's the level of intensity, how we care about our job. They know that they're going to get treated well. They trust us.
We assisted with some of the mass vaccination, site preparation and administration, as well as in-home vaccinations to many of our residents.
Here, teamwork's vital because we're relying on each other. The guys in the ambulance make 20 plus calls a shift. So that's making a call every hour on the hour. We still have some lifers that have been on the ambulance for over 20 plus years that are still grinding it out on the ambulance.
And having that strong bond between us and between our brothers and sisters here in the department goes a long way.
You really have a lot of camaraderie that just comes together from that, and that's what makes the job special. That's when it's like, okay, let's go out and let's protect people, let's help people out.
The members of the Corpus Christi Fire Department live here. We're a part of the community, and we're invested into the success of our community.
I can do that. I've earned this. I've taken my spot amongst 150 years of history, and I want to make sure that I do it right.
Oh, I think Corpus Christi ranks #1.
I think Corpus Christi Fire Department is one of the best in Texas.
I'll put them up against any firefighter in the nation.
I think they can win not only in the state, but I think in the country. We're a great fire department here in Corpus Christi. We feel safe because they're at work around the clock, and they really keep our community going forward.
Like I said, we're like a hidden gem in Texas.
Okay, Mayor, that's it. Good job by our fire
video.
EMS teams. Yes,
Yes.
yes. Great job by Cameron. Thank you.
Absolutely. Our team, they do such wonderful work. I'm super impressed.
Mayor, I'd like to say just a few words.
Oh, yes, Councilman Lerman.
you know, kudos to the fire department. You guys do a great job. I've been a patient of y'all's for 3 times. Okay, I've used the EMS has come and saved my life 3 times in my lifetime, okay? So I know what it takes. I know what you guys are doing. You guys do a fabulous job for the city of Corpus Christi and the surrounding areas, because I know you go out when they need help out in the community or the region area. But from my perspective, you're number 1 and you always will be. Thank you.
And Peter, I might add, you know, there was a pinning ceremony here, which is the first step of the actual graduation, and the graduation comes in June, I think, yeah.
Right.
But it's worth noting, and I can't explain it. Reggie, you could explain it to us. The certification.
Yes.
And honestly, it's very important that we understand this, because the way these firefighters are graduating, you know, this class is the first time they're graduating this way, where they do a dual certification, if you will, and Richie can explain. But it's very impressive. It's the first time in the state of Texas, I believe, Texas,
It's
correct?
actually the first time in the nation.
Nation. There
Yes.
you go. Okay.
Richie Quintero, Deputy Fire Chief. First of all, appreciate the support. The video does us quite a bit of kindness. It's on very rare occasions you'll find anyone in public safety, whether you're wearing this badge or the badge that my buddy Chief Marco is wearing over there, that we give ourselves kudos or pats on the back. It just is uncommon. The weeks that we recognize our profession, whether it be police memorial or fire, is the one time that you will hear us give kudos to our peers and our colleagues that fight alongside us. So appreciate that support. To the mayor's note, the project or the pilot program that she's speaking of has to do with our EMS training. We're in partnership with Del Mar College, and we decided, in a joint effort, to pilot this program that combines EMT basic and paramedic training into a single curriculum. In years past, and actually based on a comment that the city manager just made, the current program that you receive from the Corpus Christi Fire Department, where you have a firefighter and a paramedic, is a very unique one. There's not very many departments anywhere in the nation that mimic that type of a program. And so the training that evolves does not traditionally support that. In Texas, in order to be a certified firefighter, you have to complete the EMT basic program, which is customarily where most departments end, which is why the curriculum is billed as such. However, our requirement, because we are based and provide advanced life support across the spectrum, you heard Captain Cruz mention that in the video, our end goal is to have a firefighter paramedic when all is said and done. So we have mimicked programs that take a civilian and get them to what we call the end game, or the final goal. As an example, to become a physician, you do not have to be a physician's assistant first. To be a registered nurse, you do not have to be an LVN first. However, traditionally, especially in Texas and other states, before you became a paramedic, you had to become an EMT basic first. We have readjusted that curriculum in concert with Del Mar College, with a pilot program approved by the state, in particular the governor's EMS Trauma Advisory Committee. We piloted this program so that we were able to cut off time, approximately 4 months of training time, with a cost savings, and produce at the end a paramedic firefighter. This was the first program, first pilot. We are mimicking that with the class currently in place, and we have already petitioned and applied to continue that pilot into Academy 45, which hopefully you will be approving in a couple of months. But that isn't a synopsis of what occurred this past Thursday.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for explaining it.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, thank you for being there to help pin those paramedic firefighters during that event this week. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the city manager's report. We're going to turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to section, we have no board, section G, board and committee appointments, which we have none. Section I is consent agenda, items 1 through 13. Do we have any request from the council to pull any items to consider individually?
Mayor, I'm going to abstain from item number 6.
Number 6, okay.
And Mayor, I have a question on item number 3.
Number 3, anything else? Okay,
Move to approve, ma'am.
I'm sorry, any members of the public here for public comment on any of these? Okay, there being none, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any Excuse me. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 6 was pulled by Councilman Molina, but just to abstain. And that is an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the Community Youth Development Program contract and the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
I move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 3 was also pulled by Councilman Hernandez. This is a zoning case number 0322-04, Corpus Christi Island Apartment Vias Management and Thomas Weber LLC, located in District 3. Councilman, your question?
Yeah, I apologize. I would have asked this earlier, but it occurred to me this morning. Since we're not taking up the AQ's military overlay today, it was pulled, but this property is not within the APZ, but it is within the overlay. Is this something we should address right now, or should we wait until the overlay is complete?
It's my understanding that this property is not in the overlay. It's outside of it.
No, it's based on what we got last week. It's in the overlay, but it's not in the APZ. So it's not in the accident potential zone where it has the kind of the runway. But when you look at the overall overlay, it extends past that. So it would include all the other requirements for height, noise, that kind of stuff. I don't know what that's ultimately going to look like. What is that going to look like?
Thank you, Councilman. Andrew Demas with Development Services. In this case, only the lighting standard would apply to this property.
No height requirements, because
Correct.
it's not that far outside the APZ.
You're absolutely right. If the building was approaching probably 100 plus feet in height, it would be a little more concerned to involve the FAA. But at this stage, it's roughly about 30 feet in height, so it's nowhere near that standard.
Okay, so based on that, it would still have to meet the requirements if we passed the overlay.
Purely for lighting, which
Right.
fortunately is already listed in the UDC, so it's a standard the building would have to meet regardless.
Okay, and no noise abatement
Correct.
or anything? Okay.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to...
I move for approval.
Okay,
Second.
is there a second? You seconded?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And that'll move us on to Section K. No, sir, we're not breaking for lunch yet. Public hearings. Item 14 and item 15. Item number 14 is zoning case number 0322-03, Sergio and Martha Guerrero, located in District 5. Mr. Raymond.
Waiting for the presentation. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 6801 Sarah Lane from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RM1 Multifamily 1 District. The applicant is Sergio and Martha Guerrero. The purpose of this request is to allow for the construction of a multifamily development. The lot is 0.5 acres in size, and it is platted. The subject property is part of the South Side Area Development Plan, which is planned for medium-density residential and commercial uses. This rezoning will require amendment to the future land use map to high-density residential. To the north, across Sandra Lane, is vacant property zone RM1, multifamily 1 district. To the south is professional offices zone CG2, general commercial district. To the east is a property zoned RM1, multifamily district with residential homes on it. To the west is vacant property zoned RS6, single family 6 district. 14 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. One was returned in opposition, represented, of course, by one owner, and 0 were returned in favor. The one in opposition indicates that 9.25% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Interesting to note that the opposition was that they stated their discomfort with the increased traffic on Sandra Lane that would happen on Sandra Lane. The proposed rezoning is generally consistent with many of the broader elements of the comprehensive plan. The future land use map proposes high-density residential, and high-density residential is immediate to the north of the subject property. The South Side Area Development Plan states high-density residential uses such as townhomes are considered compatible with commercial uses, and the proposed rezoning is near arterial streets and commercial uses. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Okay. I don't see any lights on. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that has any questions or, any comment on item number 14? Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I wasn't too sure if I was going to speak today, but in regards to 6801 Sandra, to the right of it has been zoned multifamily. We have built 2 duplexes on there, which are valued at about $500,000 each. They are currently occupied, and we are trying to bring more residences to that area. Across the street on Grace Lane, that has also been rezoned, and that will also contain duplexes in that area. So that property right there on 6801 currently has a house that needs to be demolished. It is not in good condition at all whatsoever, so we would go ahead and remove that, as well as the garage that is falling apart in the back that is a hazard, and we're asking to rezone that so that we can go ahead and build that, that duplex to create more housing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, did we get?
Mayor, what was her name? I'm sorry, we didn't get her name.
No, we didn't state the name and address. I'm sorry, I should have asked you to state your name and address so we have it on record.
Thank you. Jennifer Maribal, 6801 Sander Lane.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Being that she mentioned duplexes, wouldn't the zoning be RMTS? Or TF, I'm sorry, RMTF?
It could be, but it's, it has, if it's RM1, they can do duplexes in RM1. And in this case, it's only half of an acre, right? So RM1 is 22 units per acre. So at the very outset, she can only get half
11.
of that, right? Plus, when you put in the infrastructure and the setbacks required, it's probably down to 8 or less than that.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with the zoning. I just, if we can get some more homes and get rid of some blight, that's great. I don't have a problem with that, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I'm going to skip over item number 15 because we are waiting on some staffing from LJA to get here. So we'll go right back to it in a couple of, I don't think it'll be long before they get here. We'll skip on to section L, individual consideration items 16 through 18. Item number 16 is one reading ordinance authorizing the issuance of utility system revenue improvement bonds, new series 2022A, in an amount not to exceed $3,561,000.
Mayor, Council, Gabriel Nojosa, Assistant Director of Public Works. So 16, 17, or 18 are all having to do with the Texas Water Development Board grant that we applied for. We went through the process, and we'll go through a little history of it. And then if Heather will have a presentation on the financial side. So a little project history. This was a grant through the Clean Water Revolving Fund, which is authorized by the Clean Water Act. It provides low-cost financial assistance for planning, acquisition, design, and construction of wastewater reuse and stormwater infrastructure. So in March of 2020, we submitted a project information form to the Texas Water Development Board requesting funding for the Oso Creek Channel Bottom Rectification Project. So after that, the Texas Water Development Board actually ranked this project #1 on their list. We were put on the intentional use plan, and then we had an invitation to go out for financial assistance, which we received on January 22nd. So once we received that, March 2021, we officially submitted our application for financial assistance. We've been working with the Texas Water Development Board since that date, and we're finally awarded the grant on January 6, 2022. So the total grant is in the amount of $4,751,000 total, with 1.2 million in principal forgiveness. So this is the project limits of what we submitted for. Originally, we were looking at a 12-mile section of Oso Creek from about Greenwood up to the Yorktown Bridge. Looking at this, we realized, there's a lot of influence that comes from the city into this section of Oso Creek. So, we tweak the original intent of this plan to include looking at all the channels that influence Oso Creek within this section. So it's about 37 miles of earthen channels we're going to be also looking at with this project that influence this part of the creek. So, just to give you a little history on this kind of section, FEMA in 2015 did a flood risk report for Nueces County. It's called a Hazards Level 2 analysis of Oso Creek. Potentially if we would ever to get, a 100-year event, they're looking at about $144 million worth of damage that could possibly result from something like that. So, looking at this project, we're going to take that into account and try and focus in this area because we know this is an area of need. So a little more in-depth in the project description. Over the past decade, we've been seeing, a significantly higher number of extreme storm events here in Corpus, from either just typical rain events or, we haven't seen one in a long time, but, any tropical event that might happen here. So, we look to improve this 12-mile section of Oso Creek. We also look to improve the 37 miles of earthen channels that convey stormwater to Oso Creek. So the city, with this funding, is just requesting these funds for the planning and designing of these projects. So we are looking at about, a 2 to 3 year venture with this funding to provide components such as, looking at removing peaks and depressions from the channel bottom, designing flood conveyance and capacities of Oso Creek and the earthen channels. Also, if we do any work to Oso Creek, we know we're going to need environmental permitting and review. So, a major component of this work is going to be tailored towards that process also. So, at the end of this, we'll have plans and specifications, construction bid documents for these projects ready to go. And just a little side note, utilizing the ongoing studies of Oso Creek and the Stormwater Master Plan, we're going to be able to know where these areas of needs are and focus our efforts with this grant money towards those needs. So project benefits, I'm looking at 3. So positive flood mitigation effects from Corpus Christi International Airport, which is that kind of western boundary, the reaches of those earthen channels go, all the way to that direction, all the way to the Yorktown Bridge. Just to give you an idea, it's around 193 square miles of Corpus Christi that influence Oso Creek within this 12-mile section. What is this going to give us? It's going to give us shovel-ready projects that can be incorporated into either our CIP planning or other grant opportunities for the construction portion. And finally, give us a solid long-term plan for flood mitigation along Oso Creek and upstream areas. And I'll let Heather come up and talk about the finance.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So as part of the grant, With Texas Water Development Board, the city is required to issue bonds for the $3.561 million. That is the portion of the $4.7 million that is not forgivable. So we have a $1.19 million portion that is forgivable, and then we'll be issuing debt for the 3.5. We are able to do this through a private placement with Texas Water Development Board. And they set interest rates last week, and so we're receiving an interest rate of 2.12% for this our true interest cost for the 20-year debt, which is much lower than what we could have received on our own based off of our credit rating, since this is done off of the state of Texas's credit rating. Next slide, please. So we have several items for consideration today. They're all related. So the first one is the issuance of the debt, which will be on one reading as allowed by state law to be able to do this because it is issuing debt. Then we have a resolution to accept and approve the principal forgiveness of the $1.19 million. And then we will also have the one reading ordinance to appropriate the funds and amend the fiscal year 22 capital improvement budget because this project wasn't originally in that budget, and so we need to amend it so that we're able to move forward with this project. So then we'll do that today, and then on June 22nd, the bond issuance actually closes. It'll be funded, and then we will have the money available for us to move forward on the design on this project. So that does conclude my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, Councilman Pusley.
So this money, Peter, will be used primarily for just doing the engineering work and studies that will need to be done to design the changes for the Oso Creek. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman.
And the Texas Water Development Board has indicated that we can come back and apply for funds to help with the financing of the actual work that needs to be done.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a real good. We really owe a lot of congratulations to the staff for one, identifying the grant, two, applying for it and having a good application. We were the top winner, so in a statewide competition.
That's a big deal.
So yeah, thank you to the staff publicly here for the work they've done.
Well, it's great. It's highly needed. Oso Creek is the key to drainage from the very northern west parts of Nueces County all the way down into the city. So what we do here is going to impact a lot of people. So I applaud you for what you do. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to say this is probably one of the most important projects for District 5. This is, and I've got to applaud you. This is something that's really a tremendous thing. I can't express how much, and I'm sure when going around some of those earthen ditches we've gone to and shown some of those issues. I'm glad we're actually looking at those as well. But I did have a question. This may be something for our city secretary. Is this something we can have a public hearing on for all three at the same time? That way we can vote on them all at the same time.
Is that one presentation you made good for all of them?
Yes.
Okay, so we could vote if you'd like on 16 through 18 at once.
Okay,
Yeah, there's no
I'll
public hearing
wait for the
required.
mayor on the public hearing.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman. Gabe and team, Heather, everyone, as Peter mentioned, this is it's a very big deal because I'd like to point out that the 1.19 million that is being forgiven can now be used towards, or it can help with other projects. So it's kind of like, MPO money, federal monies that come down. We can allocate monies for additional projects. So this is great. It's a big good news item, and as the councilman said, that Oso Creek and is it's critical to many homes. And I think, Gabe, you don't know exactly what, how many that affects at this point, but we will, and I would love for you to come back with that information, how many rooftops it actually affects. So that'd be great.
Helps my house.
Yes, thank you very much. Councilman Pusley. I'm sorry. Yes, okay, turn that off. And Councilman
and I kind of just want to follow up on that. So Gabe's comment over 100 square miles, it really touches every district in this city is going to see benefits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 with it.
Yes.
It is our primary drainage channel, so to speak, right?
Right.
Yeah, and we have seen, I think we just seen an increase in peak flows on there and more concerns over the last couple of decades with Oso Creek as a drainage way.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you all.
Do we have any public comment on items 16, 17, or 18? Okay, there being no public comment, I think we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez has made the motion. Councilman Lerma seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I'd also like to recognize our president of our Police Officers Association, Scott Leaton. Thanks for being here today. All right, moving on. First reading ordinances, items number 19 through 23. Item number 19 is an ordinance accepting and appropriating, oh, wait a minute here. Are we ready for this one? Not yet. No, yes, we are. This is just accepting the fees. Okay. Ordinance accepting and appropriating Public Improvement District or PID application fees totaling $30,000 received for 2 PID applications submitted during the fiscal year and amending the operating budget. Heather.
Hi. This is just, we have received these fees. We need to appropriate them so that we can use them to offset the fees that are the expenses that are being incurred on the analysis of this. So it's just a kind of a technical thing that we need to do.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and I just want to reaffirm that, Heather, that it's a technical thing. It's not that we're approving the PID,
No.
but we're just approving the accounting. For the
Exactly.
PIDs.
We're accepting the money in so that we can use it for the fees that expenses that we're incurring in the analysis of these. So, yeah.
And as you said, there's 2 PIDs.
Yes.
We'll be discussing in an earlier agenda item one of them, but we've had no discussion on the other.
No, we have not. We just accepted the application for it.
And by this, in no way does that say we're going to.
No, it does not. As a matter of fact, even if we do not move forward, say with an application, the fee is required to submit the application. And if the funds are not used to an expenses and association, the city keeps that. We do not refund these fees back if an application doesn't move forward.
Because we've already spent time on the application and incurred those costs.
Exactly.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Sure.
Thank you, Heather. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to point it out, this is something that we incorporated in our policy, the PID policy, that there were going to be fees. So this is not something that was not unknown,
Exactly.
an unknown to the individuals doing this PID. So
Yes.
I want to say, and kudos to Dan back there that included that in the PID policy. I know I want to give a lot of credit to Dan McGinn. He did do a lot of work on creating that policy. So you see your work coming to fruition. So I want to point him out. Thank you.
Not until you get the money. Just kidding. All right. Any public comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no public comment on item number 19, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is an ordinance appropriating $75,000 of anticipated short-term rental permit fees in the general fund. Heather.
Again, this is another housekeeping item. City Council set the permit fee back in January of 2022. And so it was not something that we had budgeted for. So to be able to accept the revenue and then use these for the enforcement and the software cost along with staff time, we need to accept and appropriate the funds into the general fund and amend the budget for it. So.
Okay. Do we have any questions, council members? Okay, do we have any public comment on item number 20? 20. Mr. Todman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and City Manager. I don't really have any comments on this. My understanding was that they don't accept public comment on item number 24 as a staff briefing, so
Right.
that here I am to discuss short-term rental elements. I would just like to say that as a member of that committee, I would like to be invited back to speak as a portion of item number 24 and not as a member of the general public. I think that's within your discretion so that we can have a bit of a conversation. I think that the work that's been done by the committee is incomplete. I think it hasn't been focused on success of short-term vacation rentals overall, but very narrowly focused on the adoption of an ordinance which is patterned after San Antonio. I think that there's problems with the ordinance that have come up in yesterday's conversation, which was really an ad hoc meeting and not one that was really officially noticed. So I think that these are all things that I would like the council to be aware of. I think that I can be very constructive, very concise, and that one of the actions you could take is a direction of motion to the committee to cover certain items in a certain way, which I think would be constructive for the city overall and for you all as the leadership. And that's what I would like your ability to do in a very, very concise and short presentation under item number 24 as a committee member. Thank you.
Today. You're saying today?
Yes, in 10 or 20 minutes, whenever that item comes up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that item is not coming up before, I don't believe, before lunch, so we'll...
What's for lunch, Mayor?
I'm not even sure.
Well, then
She would
we'll
know.
address it after lunch if at your leisure.
Thank you, we will. Okay. Any other public comment on item number 20? All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Item number 21 is an ordinance amending Chapter 17 of the Corpus Christi Code by adding interest due for submission of delinquent hotel occupancy tax reports and payments, changing the date reports and payments are due, and including other necessary edits to update the language.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't know if Rebecca caught my no, because I did state no on that last one.
I heard Hernandez. Was that you, Mr. Lerma?
I think
No,
it was
both.
both.
It was
of
both
them.
of us.
I didn't hear yours. Thank you
Okay.
so much for clarifying that.
Yes. Rules of decorum. Go ahead, Miss Heather.
Good afternoon. So we are, what we're, as part of our operations, we always go through and we look at policies and procedures and update as needed. And so we had gone in and looked at our hotel occupancy tax ordinance, and we are proposing some changes to make it more in line with what the state law is. Next slide, please. So the first what we'd like to propose is a change to the reporting and payment date. So right now, our tax reporting and payments are due the last day of the month, but the state reporting and payments are due the 20th of the month or the next business day after that. So we are proposing that we update the ordinance to change the payment date to the 20th of the month. Like I said, that is consistent with what is being submitted for state hotel occupancy tax reporting. Along with, it will also help improve our financial reporting timeframe, because right now we don't receive those a lot of times, even if they're filed on the first of the month, the last day of the month, we don't receive and we can't update our reporting until that following month. And so this will help us be a little bit more timely on being able to report the hotel occupancy tax that is being collected. Next slide. Then the other major addition is the addition of interest to past due amounts. As the ordinance stands right now, if you file or pay late for your hotel occupancy tax, there is just a 15% penalty on day one that is assessed for a late payment or late filing. But if that amount is not paid, there is no further interest accruing on any outstanding amounts. And so what we were proposing to do is add, in addition to the late filing payment penalty, is on the 61st day or after 60 days past due, start accruing interest on any outstanding amounts. This is consistent with what the state law is, and then we would base that interest rate on the prime rate as of the first calendar day of each year plus 1%. And like I said, this is consistent with the state hotel occupancy tax laws, and this would help us give a little bit more teeth to our ordinance, and the fact that if we have people who haven't paid and continue to have that tax, then the amount is, say they owed $1,000, so you'd have a late payment penalty of 15% or $150. So if they pay on day 2 or pay on day 300. The amount does not change. It's still $1,150. What we're proposing is that after the 61st day, or actually the 60th day on the 61st day, that it starts accruing interest. So in the same scenario, if they paid 90 days past due, there would be $4 worth of interest that would accrue on that amount. That's based off 4.25%, which was the prime plus 1% as of the first day of 2022. Next slide, please. So what we are recommending is that we adjust the reporting and payment date to the 20th of the month. We add the interest a component on amounts that are more than 60 days past due. And then in addition to this, we also have some various wording changes that makes it consistent with the state hotel occupancy tax. We also did add in some clarification on short-term rental, the definition of short-term rentals. When this ordinance was last updated, that had not been a big consideration. And so we just clarified that the hotel occupancy tax does apply to hotels and any short-term rentals. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Heather, when I read this last night, the first thing that came to my mind was, boy, that's a whole lot of work for $4.
It is. Now, most hotels they owe more than $4, than $1,000. So this can be substantial amounts.
All right. Okay, we'll see how it works
I tried
out.
to keep it simple.
I understand you're changing the dates. That makes sense.
Sure.
And that puts you in line with most accounting practices anyway, so I understand that. But it just seemed like a whole lot of effort for a little game.
It is. And we do, just to elaborate a little bit, we do have several hotels that are on payment plans that they're paying out amounts over a period of time. And, if that is the case, there is no, once they get that late filing permit, late filing penalty, there is no additional interest or anything that accrues on those past due amounts.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Heather. Is there any public comment on item number 21? Okay, there being no public comment, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 22 is an ordinance accepting and appropriating Homeless Housing and Services Program, or HHSP grants.
Next slide, please. So good afternoon, Jennifer Buxton with Neighborhood Services. The Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs has granted funds for homeless services to the city. There's a couple of different types of funds. From the Homeless Housing and Services Program, they gave us $195,606 to assist what they consider to be the general population, $61,570 for what's considered the youth set-aside. Then there's the Ending Homelessness Fund, and that's $51,804. So the total funding available to the city was $308,980. These funds are made available from TDHCA to the 9 largest cities in Texas, and we provided applications for grant funding to local nonprofits to respond to. Next slide. So the awards that we would like to make include to the Salvation Army for almost $78,000, Mother Teresa Shelter for almost $118,000, Mission 911 for about $52,000, Corpus Christi Independent School District, $21,000, for total awards of $268,410. This does leave an unawarded balance of about $41,000 from the youth set-aside, and we have contacted multiple youth service providers. We will continue to do so until we can find a grantee that may be able to spend that additional youth set-aside. We don't want to leave those on the table if we don't have to.
Jennifer, if I may ask, why is it difficult? Why are they not, wanting to?
It has to be a youth-headed household. So you can't, it's not like there's a family and you can serve the, 6-year-old.
Oh.
It has to be youth-headed household, which means unaccompanied or an unaccompanied youth under the age of 25. a youth head of household who is parenting other youth, or the children of parenting youth who are unaccompanied. It's a narrow little window.
Wow.
CCISD says they have over 200 youth that will qualify for this.
Right.
They're going to supplement their food pantry to help stabilize the housing situation of those unaccompanied youth. We're going to go back at them. We've got several other nonprofits. We're not going to give up, but it's a small little window.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
We're going to figure it out, though.
Yeah. And how much is that? How many of those funds?
For a total, will you go back a slide, please?
40?
That's the youth set-asides total is $61,570, and we'd like to award $21,000 of that.
Of that,
Mhm.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
And do you have to come back here, or y'all, if y'all find it, you just award it? I just want to know if you do. When you do, you can send us an email or something.
What we're asking is that the city council accept and appropriate the entire award, but we have not asked to be able to award that in the future, so.
Right.
So, yeah, I believe we'll have to come back.
Okay, okay, wonderful.
I'll have to check with the lawyer on that one, though.
Okay.
Yes, we'll
Oh,
come
you
back.
do?
City
Oh.
manager is saying yes, we'll come back, so
Okay.
yes, we
So
will come
we'll
back. Yes, and we have contacted BCFS, who back in the day was Baptist Children Family Services, Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, their Pride Center, the Salvation Army, Wesleyan Community Center, Methodist Children's Home, Metro Ministries. We're going to go back at them too. There's a list of organizations that we've tried, but like I said, we're gonna keep going.
Okay, good. So Foster Angels would not be one?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, check with Foster Angels.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good, good. Okay. Was that the conclusion of your?
Yes, ma'am.
It is? Okay, then I'm going to open up to public comment, and I'd actually would ask, I know Tony is here, and I would love to hear, Tony, what your plans are. I know you're going to get some of this funding. Oh, yes, Councilman Pusley.
Heather, I know this is a brand-new program. It started like 2019, is that right?
It's not brand new. It has been in the community for a while. The city's allocation has been given from TDHC directly to one nonprofit for pretty much as long as anybody can remember. We've brought that in-house and decided to go through an application process since nobody can remember doing that.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So at some point in the future, I would like us to actually look at whether or not what we're doing is helping. Because it makes us all feel good that we can give money to these organizations, but if we're not really accomplishing what the goal of the money was for to begin with, then it's not much sense in doing it. So at some point, we need to evaluate how these programs are helping, which may help us decide where the funds really need to go to begin with.
Okay.
So just keep that in the back of your, and also I'd like you to add to your list of youth qualified programs, the ARC.
Okay.
And I can tell you more about that later if you'd like to ask some questions, but
Okay.
they're very youth oriented, and it's run by the Catholic nuns here in Corpus Christi. It's a great organization. They literally are saving lives every day there. So thank you.
Foster Angels and the ARC. Got it. Thank you.
Yes. But Jennifer, on these, to the councilman's point, aren't they very strict? I mean, they have to report back, and you have to know that that the monies are being, allocated in the right ways.
Yes, and the applications, according to what the nonprofits have submitted to us, there should be 1,400 people impacted by these funds.
That's wonderful.
But we're responsible for following up on that. But I understand your point. It's
yeah.
What's the output versus the outcome?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Did Catholic Charities? Oh, Mother Teresa.
Mother
Okay.
Teresa Shelter Applied Catholic Charities
Right.
did not.
Well,
So
yeah, but
same
it's
group
under
of
the same-
same group
yeah.
of folks, different nonprofits. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, wonderful. So I will, again, any public comment on item number 22? There is no, I'm sorry, Tony. Good Lord, I called you Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, and Council. Thank you for having me. This grant is very important. First of all, you're the first City Council that got involved and said, we're going to help somebody. Because this grant will help on homeless prevention. It would help with the homeless in itself. If somebody needs, during the winter or during a stressed out situation, somebody needs a hotel, we'll have monies and funds for that. We'll also have funding to pay utilities. So that is very important. So in that, there were some monies for case management, which is very important in Corpus Christi. I know that we have transitioned and we received housing. There's new house, Salvation Army. It looks like Good Samaritans having new housing. That's all great. But if you don't have case management, it goes to zero. Case management is very important. Right. It helps to follow up. It helps to strengthen that person, and it gives them an opportunity to do a difference in their lives. And also, you can now add mental illness into that, meaning you can help them to get whatever needs to be done. So this grant is very important.
Yeah.
I wish I would receive more to do more, but I understand there's all the different agencies that applied, and they do great services. We're all a team here together, so we're all here. But I really do appreciate what y'all are doing and moving forward, because this is, you don't know how much it helps us to help others.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony. Thank you for the work
Sir,
that you do.
can you please identify yourself for the record? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Tony Reyes at 5905 Harvest Hill, owner and founder of Mission 911.
Mission, thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to item number 15, and that is, excuse me, public hearing concerning the creation of Whitecap Public Improvement District Number 1 with consideration and approval of a resolution. Hi, Andrea.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have on the other line Mary Petty with P3 Works. She is the PID administrator for this particular project. I know we also have Jeff from LJA Engineering and Charles Duffley here as well. Council, as you probably recall, we've visited on this item a number of times. Your PID policy was adopted, that was spoke of earlier, on March 31st of 2020. And as was stated by Heather earlier, we have received 2 PID applications, one for the Whitecap project and one for the Commodore's Cove project. The Whitecap project was followed up with a petition, and then they also revised that petition. When they revised the petition on April the 8th, they just simply removed the name preserve from Whitecap PID. City Council has received briefing a few times on this particular topic, and then at the April 26th council meeting, you did schedule today's public hearing. The purpose of today's item is to conduct that public hearing that you scheduled and also take action to approve a resolution that would actually establish the PID. I did want to walk through some of the requirements that you will find in Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 372, and in particular Section 005 of Chapter 372, as it relates to the requirements for a PID petition. And the first one is the general nature of the proposed improvement must be included in the petition. The developer did provide the commitment to complete the authorized improvements in the PID petition. And then the second item was to include the estimated cost of the improvements, and that is estimated to be, per the petition, $100 million. The boundaries of the proposed assessment district are to be identified. And if you check out Exhibit B, of the PID petition, you will find those boundaries. I do want to make sure, because there was some confusion, Mayor and Council, about those boundaries. And there was a little piece that appears to be in the boundary. If you look at the map, that is commonly referred to as the Whiskies. That is not part of the PID boundaries. I just wanted to be sure and clarify that. And then item 4 that is required to be included is the proposed method of assessment. And it goes on to say it may specify included or excluded classes of accessible property. And their petition does state that the city levy an assessment on each benefited lot. And then we ask that you just see Section 4 of the petition for further details. And then item 5, that is required per state law, is the proposed apportionment of costs between the public improvement district and the municipality or county as a whole. And the response to that is the city is not obligated to provide any funds to finance the authorized improvements. I have received this question a number of times from different citizens throughout the community. And so I just want to restate that. The city is not obligated in any way to provide any city funds to finance the authorized improvements. The way that the improvements are to be financed is through the assessment that would be levied on the properties, and only the properties that benefit from this development that are included in the boundaries. So it would exclude that area that I just mentioned that is not part of the PID boundary. Been a lot of confusion about that. Whether the management of the district is to be by the municipality or county, the private sector, or a partnership between the municipality or county and private sector, they're required to disclose that information, and they are proposing that the city manage the district. And at least 50% of the property owners requesting or concurring with the establishment of the district must sign the petition. And as I state here, the petition was signed by more than 50% of the property owners within the district. That an advisory body may be, keyword may be, established to develop and recommend an improvement plan to the governing body of the municipality or county. So the response to that is the district be established and managed without the creation of an advisory body. And the reason for that is the city has determined that the project is a feasible project, as it will create economic development opportunities that do not currently exist. And as you know, it also eliminates somewhat of a blighted situation that has occurred as a result of a prior development failure. Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 372.009 requires today's public hearing. It also required the city to provide notice of today's public hearing, and that was done on May 1st through a publication that was sent by our City Secretary, Rebecca Huerta, and it was published in the Caller Times. Rebecca also made sure, and thank you very much for doing that, Rebecca, that the required notices to the property owners within the boundaries were sent out on April 27th. So those requirements have been met. Next slide will show you the remaining steps for completion of the PID project. And that would be May-June timeframe. The developer will continue to work on finalizing the cost for the major improvement areas and Phase 1. They will also work with the PID administrator to prepare a plan of finance with the city's PID administrator, identify and establish O&M PID components, review with the developer and city staff cost and financial structure, provide diagrams and maps of infrastructure by funding mechanisms. This was requested by a few of the council members, Mr. Smith in particular, and continue briefings with the city council by the funding mechanism. So you will see other briefings after today's item if you do take action to establish the PID itself. In June, our city manager will receive a briefing from our PID administrator and the developer. And then we will continue, as I just mentioned, the city council briefings. So hopefully you all appreciated and enjoyed being able to participate in those briefings that we held last month. And I have notated all of your concerns, and we are working to address each and every one of those. So you may receive additional follow-up emails. I've sent a few already asking for further clarification on any of the concerns you might have expressed previously. And then on July 19th, the council will receive a briefing on the financial structure that will include diagrams as requested by Councilmember Smith, notes above, the home values, assessment values, and structure of the O&M PID. And then a briefing with the council on any adjustments to the PID policy that will more closely align with how the PIDs are utilized within the state of Texas is also planned to occur. And then finally, we conclude with the levy for capital PID and the O&M PID at some future date. Because I did want to point out to you before I turn it over, Mayor, for you to open the public hearing, that there are two items that are not in alignment with the city's PID policy. One we've pointed out a few times, the other has not really been pointed out much. And that is that the developer is requesting a 30-year PID and the policy states 20-year PID. You have the right to make that exception. because it is your PID policy. And then the other difference is the developer is requesting a less than 3-to-1 ratio for the value to lien, and the policy calls for a 3-to-1 ratio for the value to lien. So I just wanted to point those out. If you do go forward with approval of the resolution and establishment of that PID, you are recognizing those differences and agreeing to continue discussions with the developer on those differences. And then, Madam Mayor, now it's just time to open the public hearing and receive public comment. But I will be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Andrea, and thank you for guiding this council through this complex process, which still has some steps to go. And I just want to tell you I really appreciate that the work you've done on this is very professional in a complex process, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you, sir. It's been my pleasure.
And City Manager Zanoni, what's our plan going forward?
We do have a plan. So fortunately, Andrea's, not before I say that, Andrea's been a great lead. There's no doubt about that. And we will be missing her as she may retire, she said, but I'm not sure. I think she's going to work somewhere. But we do have a good team working with Andrea. We have our consultant, Mary Petty, that our staff helped us find. I think Heather helped us find her. She's done an outstanding job. She's familiar with local governance. Her husband's a city manager, so she's been a great asset. And then the Ashlaw group themselves have been stellar to work with, and we appreciate them. So the majority of the team stays in place. We are assigning one of our executives to be over this project in the interim as we search for a new assistant city manager. Elsie Borgstead from the airport, who's familiar with economic development at the Laredo Airport, will be the team lead in the interim. And of course, I'll be there, and others such as Heather will guide the plan moving forward. As you well said, it's a very complex initiative. We are guided, though, by the council policy that Councilman Hernandez recommended we develop. And so the PID policy will help guide us, and we have other team leads as well, to include Dan, who was recognized earlier. Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And Mayor and Council, not to imply that I have limited confidence in the team, as Peter has indicated, is very competent and quite able to push this project across the finish line. But I have worked to create the future agenda items that'll be needed, at least the shell of it. So there'll be some drop-ins that'll have to occur. But I have completed those on behalf of the city, and am glad to be a resource if needed in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, Andrea, first off, I want to echo what Councilman Smith said. Thank you very much for all your hard work on this and many other things that you've been handed a number of the complex issues we're dealing with. But I sincerely appreciate the work that you've done on them and working with you, and we will miss you, no doubt.
Thank you, sir.
I would just like to say a couple of things. One, when we first announced this PID, I put a little post on my Facebook page. I thought everybody would think this was a wonderful deal, and I was quite surprised that not everybody thought this was a wonderful deal. And that's probably true of just about anything. My favorite term is you can drive by some people's house and throw $100 bills in the front yard and they'll gripe about the littering. But we need to put together a bullet point list of things that the PID does and doesn't do, and publish that out so that people get it, because when we hand them a document like this with all the complex language in it and whatnot, it's hard sometimes for people to understand. But there are a lot of misconceptions about what the PID will and will not do with people who live in that community. And I would like to see us put together just a bullet point list of 10 or 15 of the most important things that, because a lot of people think that the city and taxpayers are going to be funding this, and that's not the case. And we need to be sure we explain all those issues. And traffic was a big concern. People are very concerned about the traffic And we need to put in that bullet point that this requires a traffic study. And the city will, our tax portion part of it may be that we may have to make some street improvements around this PID to handle the influx of traffic created. So, but some of that traffic will be offset by the fact that this will be a golf cart friendly addition to that community and, hopefully decrease some of that traffic. But if we could, Peter, put together something that we could post on our website or our city Facebook page or whatever so people could access it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman, and I completely agree because I just got a 101 on the traffic. So, and this is to your point. So I had brought up the, traffic study, which a PUD requires. Yes. A PID does not, but because the PID is under the PUD, it does.
The plan, yes, the plan development does require a traffic impact analysis.
The plan development, right. But I agree, and I think if you could do both, that'd be really great.
Yes.
But again, to your point, you've done a great job, Andrea, and we are going to miss you dearly. We really are. It's a loss. But we, of course, wish you well on your road ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, and Mr. Zanoni, just so you know, I have, as I said, captured all of the council's questions, comments, inquiries, and I felt like those came from the citizens because I know they reach out to you. And so I have actually kept track of those and the responses for them.
Great.
And so I'm happy to make sure that gets on the website, Peter, if that's what you would like. So, okay.
That would be great. But Peter, if you could have something drawn up and sent to us in a document, that'd be great. Pros and cons, just bullet points. Excuse me, Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, that was, in going through this resolution, I wanted to make sure that per our policy, since we're adjusting it, you mentioned from 20 years to 30 years, and one of the things I wanted to make sure of was that at that 30-year point, it ends, right? It doesn't end. Is that something we have to have specific language for in this resolution, or is that part of our since it's part of our policy, it should be included?
So the resolution, sir, was approved by Stephanie Libby, who is with the bond counsel, and so anything that is required to be stated in that resolution, she would have stated it in there. So that resolution has been approved by the city's bond counsel, and so it is sufficient. But they do recommend that the city follow up with a discussion on what elements in the policy need to be considered for revision for future applications.
Okay, can you, we're going to come back to this. There's several more steps. Can you verify this, or can you make sure that there's the elements in here that, like I said, we're not going to be here in 30 years. So I want to make sure that there's some mechanism in place that, it ends and then it goes to the HOA at that point to maintain going on. This shouldn't go on perpetuity. We shouldn't have a city-run HOA, right?
Right. So there will be an O&M PID set up. So I think that's what you're referring to as the maintenance, sir. And so there will be an O&M PID recommended to be established that would handle the operations and maintenance of this particular development for the 30-year period. And then after that time period, the city would then have the option to, my understanding is to continue that with that O&M PID, or they could turn it over to the homeowners association if one is developed for that particular development. And Mary is on the line, so she can probably speak to that a little bit better than I can. So.
Right, let's have Mary talk, and then I don't know if Ashlar wants to talk as well, because in some of our meetings, we've talked about extending it, but the councilman has his policy choice is to not, so it's good to talk about, so we're not talking about it later when we, so can Mary weigh in a little bit? Hi, Mary. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Good afternoon. Councilman Hernandez, you asked a very good question. The PID is created by resolution now. However, the termination would occur when the levy expires. And so there is still one more action item relative to the levy of the O&M PID levy as well as the capital PID levy, and it would be in that document, which is an ordinance, that would determine the term, and it would also determine when it would expire. And so you can't have your PID expire if not all the property has concluded paying off its assessments. So there has to be that balance within the document. But if it is the intent of council to make sure the PID expires when all obligations are completed, that would be included in that ordinance in which you are establishing that levy, not necessarily right now when you're creating it.
Okay, that's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then Andrea, the developer, we had talked about maybe is the business model one of it having an extended PID for maintenance and operations? Is that the preference of Ashlar, or do we know? Steve,
I
do we know?
don't know that decision has been
Okay.
finalized yet, Peter.
Well, when we have that ordinance, let's have that policy discussion, because as Councilman Hernandez has been consistent on that point, which is his preference, policy choice, one of 9 on the council is to terminate at 30 years.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there is the option to continue it for maintenance and operations purposes, things like dredging, bulkhead replacement, and that type of thing.
Right. And that is,
Right.
Councilmember Hernandez, that is one of the items from you that I have on that list that I was referencing earlier.
Right,
So-
and it like I said, that I think should be a function that goes back to the HOA. I know they don't want to be part of the PIOA or the Padre Island Owners Association.
That's correct.
So, but it should, like I said, we shouldn't be, the city shouldn't be managing this process in, as an HOA. So, like I said, once it's done, it should go back to them, and they, one less thing the city needs to get off its plate. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on item number 15? And I know we have our developers here. I don't know if you guys would like to comment at all? Or have you heard enough? Right, exactly. Right.
Just very briefly, thank you all. Appreciate your time as always. My name is Dan Hatton. I'll be speaking on behalf of the majority landowner of the property. And just want to say that the PID is requested because of the unique nature of the proposed development, which will bring enhanced development above and beyond what is required by current zoning, including canals and a nature preserve, as well as mixed-use development that will bring increased sales tax and hotel tax revenues to the city. We appreciate your consideration of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add that we are I would add that we are looking at, I believe it was stated 800 million after
Right.
the, 7 to 10 years or so?
Yes, 7 to 10 year development
Yeah.
timeframe. I think we had $1 billion listed on this thing, but 800 million to
Yeah.
1 billion.
Right.
That is our current estimate.
Yeah.
Right, that's wonderful. Yes, thank you.
And there would be, just so there's the PID assessment that would be, it's not property tax, it's a special assessment that the owners pay. But the developers are also looking at, and we'll have the policy conversation for some contribution from the TERS that exists, the Padre Island, or the Padre Island TERS as well, for other infrastructure. That would all be public though, even though the assessment is only levied on the property owner. It's not a gated community.
Right.
And so anybody can really enjoy the benefits of those investments.
Wonderful.
Right.
Wonderful. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance. Oh, Mr. Presley, I'm sorry, yes.
Guys, in the discussion just a second ago, so is my understanding, and I could be wrong, that initially the PID is going to support the maintenance of the channels, whatever dredging or what, all that will be maintained by the PID revenues.
Right, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Councilman Hernandez and I were having a discussion yesterday about the problems we've had out at Kings Crossing, former country club golf course, which has now become
Wildlife preserve.
yeah, wildlife preserve, for a better, lack of a better term.
Right.
And I'd said, well, you know, somebody said to me one time that they don't want to see another Kings Crossing Country Club created, and this is exactly where the comment came from, was, you know, if the city gives up the maintenance operations to the HOA, what guarantee do the people there have that those are going to be maintained like they should be and not go into some problem with the HOA?
Right.
And we know how HOAs work. They're really good as long as people are active, but sometimes they fall short.
Yeah. Yeah, right, Councilman. We've had that same conversation when it comes to parks, to some of our parks that are maintained by the city parks, but the agreement with the developers, the HOA maintain.
Right.
We can already see that some of them are not maintained well. So that's part of the policy conversation. That's why I raised it. The one good thing about Councilman Hernandez is he's consistent in his policy, his policy thoughts. And so it is a discussion the council needs to have, and that is, do we extend the PID beyond the 30 years for maintenance? We know that that's pretty complex maintenance, managing canals and bulkheads and dredging. Take the fish kill that happened in February of 2021.
Right.
The city stepped in and helped, but really that should have been 100% borne by the HOA, right? But the city did with Neiman's help. It was for our second day on the job. Went down there, and we really, if it wasn't for us, it wouldn't have happened. So that's a good policy discussion. I think the PID maybe guarantees that level of maintenance that's expected to not have what you talked about at that golf course location.
Yeah.
And the administrative overhead wouldn't be much, I don't think, from the city's standpoint, because the PID group would still be in existence, the developer and that type of thing. But it's one of those policy discussions we don't have all the answers to today, but we will by the time we ask City Council to consider that ordinance.
Well, and you know, 30 years is a long time, and none of us will be here to worry about it.
Right.
But somebody will have to. But,
Right.
this is an important development in that community, and there were this Facebook post that I put.
Yeah.
The greatest concern was about, okay, who's going to maintain all this?
Right.
Is it going to come out of taxpayers' money? Is it going to be the HOA, or, you know, what's going to happen with it? And I think that's an important decision that we're going to have to come to grips with.
Right. And it's kind of part and parcel with the development. This is a very high-end, probably the first of its kind in our city. And with that, though, comes maintenance and renewal, and that's all what the PID is meant to, not in total, but part of that PID assessment helps to keep it this way. A nice high-end development that really is shining development for the island and the city.
Well, and I know that's not part of this, but at some point, just as information, Mr. Zidoni, this council needs to get an update on what's going to happen with that Kings Crossing deal, because I continue as an at-large member to get calls from people who live around there about what are we going to do besides.
You know what? Yeah, that's a great idea. We can. I know Councilman Hernandez, the mayor, and myself have been working almost a couple of hours a week on this.
Yeah.
In fact, this weekend I spent an hour with Wendy Beck on Saturday. She's one of the landowners. So we are working on a solution. We can put that on one of my near-term city manager reports.
Okay.
Maybe even next week. I'll tell you what we're doing with the Becks and what we're doing with a group of neighborhood leaders that have they have a Facebook following page. And I think a fifth member joined recently, so as well as the Homeowners Association president. So we're connected with the community. We're connected with the owners of the park, of the former golf course, I should say. And we've done things that are trying to improve the quality of life there and address that issue with closed golf course. So I'll put that on a future city manager report.
Since
Yes,
it's
sir.
not on today. Yeah.
Ms. Ware, I call the question.
Well, I just have one more comment on that.
He's calling the question. Okay.
Well, if there's one person who wants to make a comment, then it would take 2/3 of you to approve that. If there isn't, yeah. I'm just saying.
Well, it would be a quick comment.
It
would be a quick comment, Michael. It's just to say that the golf course is not under an HOA, period. It's a different
golf
scenario.
course?
The Kings Crossing golf
Yeah,
course.
and we don't need it. That's not on the agenda, so we can't.
Right.
We can't go
I just
further.
the comparison
All
was
right.
made, and it's not correct.
We have a motion. Did I close public hearing? Okay.
Public hearing, so we
Do
just need a motion in a second.
We have a motion, correct?
Mr. Hunter.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We do not have any executive session. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back and finish up a few items after that. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Audio check. Audio check. Audio check. Audio check.
Okay. Yeah, so we will reconvene our meeting, and we will move on to item number 23 is an ordinance authorizing a design-build contract for design and construction in the amount of $985,000 to Ranger Fire, Inc., Saginaw, Texas, for the East General Aviation Hangars number 3 and number 4 fire suppression system. Mr. Smith. Is your microphone on?
Test.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you go.
I just wasn't close enough.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so this is some damage that was done back in our freeze event. Had to get a lot of people involved, risk, fire, engineering services. We had a lot of people involved in this project, so it's taken a little bit longer to get it to you guys than we had hoped. We were going to do an emergency procurement on this because of the fire watch that we have to do, but we consulted with procurement and decided we would go out to bid. So we did go out to bid. We only got one bid, and this will be fully reimbursed by insurance once it's complete. So we're pulling money out of our reserves to pay for it up front, and then we'll get reimbursed by the insurance company. Be happy to take any questions.
Councilman Pusley and Hernandez, y'all's lights are on. Are those old lights? Pusley's not even here. Okay. All right, no lights are on, so I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the public who'd like to comment on item number 23? Okay, there being no public comment, I will close that and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section, and thank you, Mr. Smith. Section and briefing, item number 24, and that is short-term rentals, Phase 2 ordinance policy briefing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is a briefing on the work that we've been doing related to Phase 2 ordinance development for the short-term rental. Here's a list of the items that we'll cover here today. We'll quickly just cover the team that's been involved with the project, some of our current regulations that are in place for STRs, some of the activity that we've have done over the last year, our involvement with the stakeholder advisory group, and just the process that we've worked through. The Phase 1, we'll just do a quick recap on that work, and then we'll get into some of the recommendations and that we have for the Phase 2, and talk about next steps and what the timeline looks like as we move forward. And so this is, you've seen this slide before, this is the team that's been involved. It obviously covers a lot of the different departments across the city. Michael Dice with Development Services, he's been a great asset. He's had experience going through a process like this in the past. Andrea Gardner's been our lead. And we've also brought in McAdams, which is a land development firm and planning firm. They do a lot of code work. Eric Wilhite, he is on the call with us to answer any questions or provide any, he'll cut in if needed as we go through this, but he's been a great help, 28 years of experience in planning work and code development, so he's been a great asset as we've gone through this process. And of course, legal, code enforcement, Heather, and hot tax. This issue really touches a lot of different departments across the city. Just quickly kind of going over the short-term rental, and this is, we've seen this slide, but just for the audience, it's 30-day situation where you have a unit that's leased less than 30 days, and that description or definition is pretty consistent across all of the cities that we've evaluated. Within our code, the section 5.2.24, it has a section that talks about single-family zoning districts, and that we have a provision where you're not permitted to lease a property for less than 30 days. And so that's what we kind of lean on when trying to determine if you can do it or can't do it. And so all of our other zoning districts, we don't have that description with any of those areas. So STR use, because it's omitted or silent, it's permitted within all our multifamily and commercial districts. So just wanted to make that distinction. These are the actions that we've had over the last year. We started last summer with a briefing with the council. We had another briefing to kind of talk about what a registration ordinance might look like in December of last year. We were in front of the council a month later, and we presented that registration ordinance, and that went in place. At that time, we decided to look at Flower Bluff and the island for an effective date of March 15th. So we've been working through that. A lot of the properties on the island that were legally zoned could register. We've been working with that stakeholder advisor group that was formed just after that January presentation. February, in fact, it should be really May. We're continuing to work with them. And then we've obviously been working kind of on a draft and some options for an ordinance these last 2 months. This is a look at the makeup of that advisory group that we've been working with. Started off with 13 members. We've added a few to have more equitable balance between those that are kind of working within the short-term rental business and those that are representing neighborhoods or HOAs. So we had a good balance. They provided input. Staff and the consultant will be kind of developing the ordinance. We've looked at, we had the first meeting was the February 18th, and we've had 6 meetings total so far. We've talked about different tiers or types of units. Those we'll cover in more detail, but a lot of cities are looking at that and have developed that within their ordinance. We evaluated different areas of the city, if we should exclude certain area development plan district areas out, just don't if those are areas that should not permit STR use. And a little bit about the process. So back at the January 11th meeting with council, when we adopted that registration ordinance, we talked about what the phase 2 would look like. And so this is just a snapshot of what that description was. So we did tell council that we would be back with an ordinance to consider before July 11th. So at this point, we're still on that schedule. And so that, with the idea, we selected that July 11th date with the idea that we would have the rules for the rest of the city in place, so there wouldn't be any confusion as we rolled out the registration requirement for that July 11th date. So we're staying in line with that and on schedule to meet that July 11th registration date for the rest of the city. Again, we had the 6 meetings with the group. We created a project website. So to be transparent with everything we were doing for this phase 2, we've put all the documents and PowerPoints that we have gone through the last year. They're all on there for the public to view. We have the meetings that we have with the advisory committee. We have the live links so the public can join and watch those meetings. We have public comment forms. We're constantly getting public feedback. We have about 60, I think, that we've received over the last couple of months. So we have a document that will update each week. And so anyone can see what the general consensus of the community is. And with this issue, it's very divisive. And I think most cities are experiencing this as they've gone through, half for and half against, and it's pretty extreme. It's they should be allowed everywhere, and then you have neighborhoods that are saying, no, we don't want any STRs whatsoever. So this ordinance is kind of, creating some compromise in a situation that's kind of in the middle, which I think most cities have done that have an STR ordinance in place. And then on this project website, we'll also have the draft ordinance, and we have a little video summary for folks to kind of view to get an idea of what will be in it, and then we'll hope to have that posted on that project website by the end of the week. A quick recap, the registration ordinance, it went effective March 15th, and that was for Flower Bluff and the island. And as of Monday, we had 916 permits approved so far. Again, the remainder of the city will become that July 11th effective date. And one more real critical item that the ordinance did, that first phase, was it established general standards, life safety issues. So we have a lot of work and a lot of things that were included in that phase 1. So we really didn't have a whole lot to be considered other than the single family issue with the phase 2. So that included, dealing with the parking, noise, fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, notification for tenants that are going into the building, how do you exit, safety type things that are part of that. So that's all in place as part of the phase 1. So that we've covered quite a bit in that section. And so here, the phase 2 work was really focused in on evaluating single families, zoned areas, and determining, where parts of the city or what methods could it be appropriate and still maintain neighborhood integrity. And so that's what this work is focused on. And so some of the key elements that have come through that process, I talk about the types. And so most cities have established 2 different types of STR units. And the biggest difference, obviously, is the first one would be an owner-occupied situation where you're renting a room within the house where they live, and maybe it's an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard or possibly a converted garage apartment, something like that. And then the other situation we would call it kind of a type 2 would be the renting of the entire home, condo, townhome, where the owner is not present. And so most cities have established those 2 different types and established different sets of rules for each situation, with the idea of obviously the owner being there has more control and a little bit more latitude on what will happen within the premise. The other big item cities have done in best practices is establishing a density or percentage limitations. Some have used kind of a buffering where you have one unit and then you can't have another unit 400, 500,000 feet away. Some have used a percentage of a block face, so you can only have so many houses on a particular block. Others have used different number of days per calendar year. So lots of different ways cities have done that. Another big item in that mapping exercise we worked with the group was kind of identifying areas where STRs should be excluded, and not only from the advisory group, but we've obviously had town halls that have been conducted, working with the ISAC, and so there's been a lot of feedback related to North Padre Island and excluding STRs in the single-family zoned areas there. And obviously, the island has a lot of areas that are multifamily and commercial that do allow for it. The focus was just the single-family areas. And then finally, we wanted to look at kind of creating a process that would allow for any kind of increase in that density on a particular block. And that we're proposing, if you had a situation where a particular area was attractive or more desirable for the STR use and the neighbors were all on board and it exceeded that percentage increase, there could be a process in where you work through the Zoning Board of Adjustment and get that increase. And obviously those boards, I know Mr. Molina is familiar, but if there's a lot of public notice that goes out, and the neighbors, if they're in support, generally those cases can be approved. So I just wanted to create a mechanism for folks to increase that density where it made sense. A little bit more detail. Again, we've kind of covered this. The type 1 owner is on premise. The type 2 non-owner occupied. And this is kind of getting into the recommendation we're making related to the density or percentage. And we're looking at a block face situation. And I'm going to show you 2 options here. In the meeting with the advisory group yesterday, we talked about, we started with a 15%, but we also talked yesterday about looking at what does 30% look like. Now, we're still kind of working through that. We have to look at some of the data and see what may be a good fit for us, for here in our community. But we wanted to show council what that may look like in just an average block in our community. So with the type 1, we're recommending that there be no limitation. So the type 1 situation can be, it's just unlimited across the city. The type 2 situation is where the owner is not present. This is what 15% looks like. So, the definition of a block face would just be the one side of the street. So you'd have the 2 different calculations that you'd have here. So 15%, those are 12 houses on a block, so 15% would equal 1.8, and we're suggesting that we would round up. And so that would be the 2 green represent the STR uses. And obviously when you jump it to the 30%, that basically just doubles it. And so you could have 4 houses in this situation on both sides of the street. Here's just, this is just a typical Bayside neighborhood. This is a street over near Pope Park, and what that may look like in just basically over an air photo. And so basically the same 2 and 4. And these are both at the 15% level, but I did want to show just this is a west side neighborhood where you have a little bit more dense situation, a little smaller lots, and a little more condensed, a little more houses on a particular street, so you would obviously be able to get more. And then a cul-de-sac situation, just wanted to show example what that would look like. We would define the block face as just one complete, so that would be the only difference in a cul-de-sac situation. We did look at other Texas cities. We've looked at others even across the country, but we just wanted to show these of what some other communities are doing. Austin has adopted that type 1, 2, and a 3. And so for their single-family areas, they do look at kind of a separation or buffering. Arlington doesn't have the types, and they do allow for a limited level of STR use in single-family neighborhoods, but it's within a district around their entertainment center, which is the Cowboys Stadium, the baseball, the Six Flags. It's a mile radius around that facility. Waco has the 3 types, and they have a little bit different way they kind of look at single-family uses. They have some special permits in some areas, and then it's allowed by right in some others. And then San Antonio does have the 2 types, and they have an unlimited for the type 1, and then they have a limited option in the single-family areas for the type 2 situation, and they use a 12%, 12.5% block face recommendation. This map is just kind of general. We know we have a couple areas, maybe there's some other single family, but just wanted to highlight kind of bigger picture of where that single family exists on the island, where we would be recommending that they be excluded. And most of the island is the RS6. There is a little bit of R4.5. But I do want to note that any new single-family development that comes in, like the project we talked about earlier, they'd have the ability to write within their plan unit development to allow for the STR use to occur. And for the most part, as you're aware, almost every project that will develop on the island will be a plan unit development just because of the unique character of the land and some of the things they have to deal with. Just that typical south side subdivision, just those rules and regs just won't typically work here on the island. So they generally have to do a plan unit development, so they can simply just write that within there, and they can identify where within the project they want the STRs to occur. The special exception process, I kind of went through this, but would just allow for a mechanism for an owner to apply if the percentage was already achieved on a block. They would be able to come forward and make a request to the Board of Adjustment and go through that public hearing process through just the ZBA. That's where it ends. Next steps, we met with our stakeholder group. Yesterday, we basically just kind of presented them this PowerPoint yesterday. We have a briefing with the Planning Commission tomorrow night. We're going to post the draft and a video, hopefully here by the end of the week. And then June 6th, of course, we're going to take public comment through the end of this, but we would like, we'd like to kind of identify the June 6th day just so we can prepare the documents and have them in the Planning Commission packet, City Council packet. The June 6th allows us enough time to put the documents in our system and have that. But of course, if we get comments after that, we'll provide that for both the Planning Commission and City Council. We do have a meeting planned with our stakeholder group one last time, the June 10th, to kind of go over all the feedback that we received and the final ordinance. And then, of course, June 15th, and then the June 28th meeting with council. To meet our deadline, it will have to be an emergency reading. This is a one-time reading because the next council meeting is not until July 19th. So that's the reason why we've identified it for that emergency reading. And so with that, I'd be happy to take questions. Of course, if anyone on staff has anything to add or do that.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just add, I want to thank Dan for being the lead on the team here. So this is, and applaud the council for tackling a pretty significant policy issue. This is one that many cities have tackled decades ago. We're glad to be here to help council address this issue and the community, really. We know that STRs have been operating in our city basically illegally, except in those areas where they're approved by the zoning classification. So this is pretty monumental that, one, we have the policy that the council asked for, but two, we're on schedule, on time. We promised a two-phase, and we promised the final product to be done before July. and we're on track to do that. We've been transparent. We've included stakeholder input, many of the members appointed by City Council, and we've looked at best practices. So I think today is a good presentation where we have 6 weeks from today to the end of June when Council would consider the final ordinance. That gives us more time to get input from the Council, from the community. So today's presentation is our recommended starting point, and we're ready to take input from the Council, the stakeholder group, and the greater community as well to reflect that in the final ordinance that we would present in late June.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilman Barrera.
I'm usually not first. Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you for all the work that everybody's done. I know this isn't easy. It's, I guess one question, I guess, for right now, and then I'll, how many people have we denied a permit on either the Flower Bluff or the island since we've done this? How many owners? Property?
We've let me get back. I know there's probably about 30 that have been disapproved. I mean, just
right, the ones that tried to apply on our online portal, Councilman, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the method means.
17, I'm still that. So they applied and didn't have the proper zoning in place.
Okay, but did we investigate? See, here's where, and I want to try and stay focused, but and once again, I appreciate it. I'm a little disappointed, and the only reason is that, I have this saying that sometimes we're a solution in search of a problem, and the problem is nuisances, and that's really the whole thing. And here we are. I can already tell you I'm not in favor of percentage of an area because we don't know how many there may be. We don't know what that may look like or what that neighborhood looks like. I mean, I can tell you in 3.5 years, I've had one complaint, and part of it was the police went and stopped a party, and they got a hold of the property owner, and the police went over during that weekend, stopped the party, they got a hold of the property owner, and they basically told him, hey, just make sure this doesn't happen again, and it never happened again. So, and once again, I'm not the island, and I'm not an area. Most of the rentals that are done in my area are specifically for professional purposes. I know that there's been, particularly during COVID, there was a lot of the medical community that was coming in, and I know there were nurses that would be in homes or something of that nature. So, and I don't know that. Although I agree we need the revenue, I want the revenue. I agree that we need to have a registry. However, I don't know how that presents a problem, and that is a challenge for the integrity of the neighborhood when you just have people that are going to work. And I go back to, in the old neighborhood I used to live in, where my son lives now, there's, and mind you, anyway, and there's long-term renters that are there that don't take care of the house, that party, that have 4 and 5 cars. The neighbor was parking cars in the grass until we had our ordinance, which I was very enthusiastic. So I think right now we're entering into this bureaucracy, and we're not solving the nuisance problem. I for one, I'll tell you right now, I'm not in favor of this percentage, whatever it is. Number one, because I don't know. We don't know what's an adequate percentage and what's not. I mean, I doubt seriously in District 3 and probably District 2. Well, maybe District 2 now is going to include Ocean Drive, or maybe District, I doubt seriously that, or District 5 is another good example, that there's going to be an excess amount of individuals that are on a block. And, but we don't know what that number is. And I think for us to legislate when we don't know what that number is just, I don't think we have an ability to make a good decision. The other thing, so that's why I said, of the ones that were denied, of the 17, number one, were there any complaints in the neighborhood? I had one individual that contacted me from the Bluff, and I just very graciously listened to him, and he lives across the street from his STR, and he has a great relationship with his neighbors, and I'm just using that as an example. I'm not trying to legislate for the bluff, but I'm just saying he has a great, so I guess that could go before the what did we call it, the Building Standards Board, you know. I'm just throwing out that option because once again, you have an STR that's creating revenue, that's providing revenue for that individual that that's not necessarily, you know, and it's stimulating the economy. And however, there's no nuisance. So why are we regulating this individual that's has no nuisance? So that's what I'm saying. Did we talk to the 17 people and find out what the situation was? That was my first question.
Well, they just applied and they were denied the permit just because they were in single-family zoned areas.
Yeah.
And so this ordinance would make their activity legal. And almost, I haven't looked at the addresses, but I would assume all of those 17, if this ordinance was passed in its current situation, all 17 of those permits would likely be approved. Just guessing that they're going to be scattered and that they're not going to be like 4 or 5 on a particular block.
Okay. And that's the thing, I think, and I don't know, and maybe we should talk to those individuals to ensure that, because they're going through this bureaucratic process, and then they've lost revenue. I just think that if we could examine that, I think it would be a good idea. Once again, I'd be fine doing that on the island and on the in District 4. But I don't see a percentage that would be required in District 3. Simply, again, I'm going to just reiterate again. If we don't know that there's a problem, and I guess the other thing I asked with regard to that is how many nuisance complaints did we have throughout the community that were specifically to STRs? I know of one particularly in District 5 because that individual lives next door to one and she works for me. And so she's gotten tired of calling me and she calls Steve directly now. So, so we know that one exists. So I'm just saying, how many have we explored? How many of those that are truly nuisances that we feel that are STRs, that have we explored that? And no's a perfectly good answer.
Yeah, I think no is the answer, Councilman.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Part of it is we have several parts of our community are very vocal about not wanting SCRs. So as a whole, we developed this policy to apply to the entire city, like most cities have done in the country that have the issue. We hear what you're saying. We can follow up, though. We'll check with the police or code to see how many nuisance calls has there been over time. I don't think we have that here this afternoon, but we can get it for the next.
And I would once again, because here's the thing, a couple of the individuals I talked to, they utilize this for basically paying for college for a child. They put all their money into their investment, and this time is the busiest time of the year. Right. I could tell you that during Beach to Bay, there's a lot of people that use them.
Right.
And we may have now shifted that to another part of the community for people that look for it. But I think that's important because, as I said, and I've said it in 2 meetings, it's a nuisance problem that and then the other thing that I would say along with that, so you get my point on that.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing that I would say is then, what's to prohibit, let's say for example, we deny it from somebody, okay? We deny their permit. So, and let's say for example, they're hearing, you know what, people come back and they say, hey, you know what, I'm not gonna apply for a permit simply because if I do, then I'm not gonna get it, and then we don't have a registry, we don't have a, and then we're gonna because we're still back then dealing with a nuisance complaint. And if we have somebody that, let's say they've never had any complaints, they get high ratings on the site, all right, then we all of a sudden now we've legislated our way for individuals to circumvent the system as long as number one, they don't have any nuisance in their neighborhood. They ensure that, just like several of the STRs came to us and said, we can ensure that they only park in the driveway and whatever that situation. Then all of a sudden now we've got a situation where an individual has figured out a way to beat the system. So that's the danger if we over legislate. That's something that we need to consider, because then that's what happens.
Right, with the exception, Councilman, that there is a appeals process, if you will, or if the density is met, they can apply to the DBA, which probably the predominant input for that decision from that board is going to be the 200-foot radius. So if the homeowners around them say, we don't care, or if nobody says anything, then the DBA is going to say, well, I guess it's probably okay, we'll approve another one. So there's a way to become compliant, rather than just saying, I'm just not going to register at all.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's what, then I'm glad. The ZBA, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
didn't
the
know that.
DBA
Maybe I
is-
wasn't listening, or
Yeah.
I'm looking through Facebook or something.
Okay, no worries.
Going to Peter.
Right. So there is a process above that 15%, and 15%, we heard yesterday from, I've heard a lot of information from the council in the last couple of days, that there's a lot of STRs on Flower Bluff, and they're okay with that. Some people are on some streets, so maybe 15% is too low for our city. Maybe it's 30%, somewhere between 15 and 30, but that DBA process still exists to have them approved beyond that legislative
Okay,
limit.
now, but if we go back to what the standards in the other communities. So it appears that, type 2, when Austin has a 1,000-foot radius between type 2 units, which would be how many lots, you think?
That would be much more restrictive than what we're proposing.
Okay.
That would be.
And so Arlington
2 or 3
is
lots.
unlimited. Waco doesn't require it at all, right?
They have some neighborhoods that do have a special permit process.
Okay. Okay. All right, I just wanted to see from the standard.
And we have more information available through our consultant, or Dan, if you want to hear from additional cities. In that comparative analysis, that's not the only analysis we looked at. It was just kind of a sampling.
But yeah, I mean, one way to think about it is, just using big numbers, Corpus Christi, maybe 100,000 single-family homes. So with this 15%, or you could look at a higher percentage.
I get you.
That's 15,000 homes. There's no way that we're ever going to have 15,000 STR permits here in our community. So this is just a way that kind of, separates them a bit from each other. And my guess would be maybe you have neighborhoods or blocks that you may exceed this 15%. There's not going to be many, I think, in town. Maybe there'd be situations in Flower Bluff where it's more attractive over near the kind of the East Coast and the southeast portion in and along the water. But I don't see too many scenarios anywhere in town where you would be exceeding 4 houses on a regular city block.
Okay, well, I particularly would like a briefing before it comes to the council, just so that way I can really understand that. Because I appreciate all the work you're doing. I'm not trying to sound, I don't want to sound condescending or anything. I'm just telling you the perspective of which I would look at it. I'm a firm believer in home and property owners' rights. And it's like I said, I know I've used that saying for years. We're a solution in search of a problem. But I don't think I think our problem here is, once again, nuisance. And I don't know if all this information that we put together with regard to percentages and what have you is how are we solving the nuisance problem? And then what happens if we have a nuisance and all of a sudden then that person can just tell them, hey, just don't even apply. That's what I'm worried about.
Right, well, we would, because we have the registry now and we're more attuned to this with code compliance, they would most likely nowadays become cited more often with code compliance.
And that's the thing, though. But let's say, for example, you got somebody that's got a house. I think that's the thing. How are we going to address that once again? Because I'm playing the devil's advocate on this. And once again, I want to reiterate. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I just think these are important things that we should look at. Because let's say, for example, somebody makes $2,000 over a 3-day weekend, over a Memorial Day weekend, and leasing out a 3-4 bedroom house, okay? And then the fine's $500, or the fine's $1,500.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's well worth it. And you know what? And if their demand is great, I mean, I tell you that in the past, I don't know what it's going to be like this weekend, but in the past, when you had Beach to Bay, you couldn't find a hotel room.
Yeah.
So once again, the demand goes up, and I can tell you that, from my own personal experience of my son in Austin, when it's South by Southwest or whatever it is, the festival they have over there, he's going to charge it. He charges $1,000 a night for 8 people, and he gets it.
Yeah.
And if there's a fine of $500, $1,500.
Right. I think my response, Councilman, would be this is a policy framework. An analogy is the speed limit. we know that even though we have speed limits and fines, people still speed. But if you had no speed limits, it'd be somewhat chaotic. So this gives some policy for the city, where there is discussion amongst some of the residents in some of the neighborhoods where they don't want them, and they want us to do something about it.
I can appreciate that. I
Right.
can appreciate that. However, once again, I go back, I haven't heard how we're going to address the nuisance, other than we're legislating specific policy or what's allowed or where one can be.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and I'm not gonna beat it again.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is that it still doesn't necessarily address the nuisance, and that's really why we're here. That's how this all started. That's a lot of why this all started. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess the first question is, what is the goal of this ordinance?
Well, the current regulations in place does not permit any STR use in any of our single-family neighborhoods, so this creates a mechanism in which that can occur. So we know the demand is there. We know that people are doing it today, and so this creates a mechanism where it makes it legal for those folks to operate that. And then it also, then we have a registration system, and we know where they are. So we can let our code enforcement officers know where they'll know, and our police department will have the maps and everything, so they'll know where these STR units are within our community. So.
But what's the overall goal? What are we trying to accomplish with this ordinance? Do we want to eliminate or limit STRs? Is that the goal? Is the goal to eliminate the nuisances, as Councilman Barrera said? What's the goal of the ordinance?
Yeah, it's what Dan said. It's those two, and two.
What did he say?
He said two things. One, right now they're illegal unless your property's zoned. So there's a lot of illegal operating. So it gives legality to operate a STR, and it gives a registry process so we know who is registered. And it sets some minimum standards on things like escape routes, fire extinguishers, fire alarm systems, that type of thing.
So.
And the other goal is there are some persons that want to preserve traditional neighborhoods. They don't want STRs on their block. You'll hear, if you haven't heard from them, we do hear from them. So it's not to overregulate to where neighborhoods don't have them, but it preserves to some extent traditional neighborhoods where you're not renting out your home for a short-term basis.
So one of the goals is to restrict short-term rentals regardless of whether they're nuisance or not.
Yes. Yeah, that's what that list of cities is much longer than that, but all Texas cities have addressed this issue. We're just a little late in getting to it.
Yeah.
It's a new industry. It's much like scooters. We have regulation for scooters.
But if something's not a nuisance, especially when you're dealing with property rights, as was mentioned earlier, if something's not a nuisance, why are we restricting the property owner's rights to do what they want with their property if they're not causing any trouble?
Well, they are. That's the thing. The people we hear from are saying, hey, your zoning doesn't allow this home next to me to be rented out, but it is being. I've been to many planning commission meetings where it's packed. There's not a seat open.
But how's that a nuisance in and of itself?
Because they're in the home thinking, okay, I just bought this home. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and all of a sudden I have cars all over the place.
Okay, but that's a nuisance. That's a nuisance. What if there's not cars all over the place? What if there's only one or two cars? What if there's no noise? I mean, and that's kind of the question here, and I think that's what Councilman Barrera was getting to. If there's not a nuisance being caused, then why are we going to restrict the property rights for the person that owns that property? And if there is a nuisance being called, then shouldn't the ordinance really be focused on that, on eliminating the nuisances? I think most of us got the email from Mr. Taubman that talks about how to address the nuisances. I think the registration is important because it lets you know who's there. I think the ability for the owner to be able to kick out somebody that's causing trouble immediately would be a great way to alleviate a nuisance and not have to deal with it. And if they continue to have issues, removing them from the registry and not allowing them to continue to serve as hosts or to rent their places, that seems like the direction to go, instead of just eliminating all of them and then not really addressing how you're going to deal with the nuisances that is causing people to complain in the first place.
Yeah, so we're not eliminating all of them, but there is a limited number prescribed by the ordinance without a appeals process, if you will. So if the Board of Adjustment says, hey, we can have 60% on the street, then the persons aren't being precluded. There's a minimum threshold set, and then there's a request to have more on a street through the DBA.
I'll tell you, my
Or the,
concern and my big concern is restricting properties just for the sake of restricting them without restricting them because they're a problem.
Right.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Miles, now we're talking about restricting property rights. This ordinance, does it restrict property rights or is it an expansion of property rights?
It would be a significant expansion of property rights because we talk about 15% of block faces for allowable type 2. Right now it's 0% of block faces.
Okay, so nothing we're talking about here is restricting any property rights that do not have right now.
The end result would be a deregulation if over the part of the city where this ordinance would apply.
Okay, so we are expanding property rights, so any talk about restricting is just not right.
The proposed ordinance would be a deregulation.
Yeah, and
because right now the activity, the underlying activity, is absolutely illegal.
Okay, so people that buy in those single family on there, they don't have a short-term rental is not allowed.
If they, unless they are in a PUD.
Yeah.
And they're in a single family residence in a single family district, then they are currently acting illegally by engaging in unregistered short-term rental activity if they're doing it, and engaging in short-term rental activity in general.
Yeah. So all our talk here is about the expansion of property rights for in these areas if we pass something.
Yes.
Okay. On there, and so we have 916 that are currently registered on there, and that's throughout the city.
Flower Bluff and the island only.
So Flower Bluff and the island alone, we've got 916 legally operating within the proper zoning.
Yep.
Okay. With it, I know you showed a kind of a small section on there, and I think one thing we need to remember in our town, we've got part of the town, the islands, and it is a destination. And if you go across the nation, this is where this is much more of an issue. Port Aransas is a great example for it. So, and then we have other parts of town that I think that Councilman Barrera and Martinez are more referring to. It hadn't been an issue. And I kind of, I do agree with, we need specific rules. And I think that's coming in the later briefings, right, where we're setting the parking requirements. We've already got some noise requirements. When a registration is pulled, we got a lot of heavy lifting ahead of us with it. So as we expand these property rights on there, under what rules and conditions on there, I know Mr. Taubman had some good suggestions as far as trying to keep these problems from happening in the first place with it on how the owners are their capabilities and stuff, because we've heard all the STR owners have come in here and said we want good people, yet we have a lot of neighboring property owners that said we don't have those next to us, and I think that's why we're having this conversation today with it. So the density, I don't know what the right number is. I'd like to get more information on that, but like you said, 100,000 homes and a 15%, and rounded up, you're really closer to 20% by that time. So that number's between 15 and 20,000 homes with it on there. I think we have 8,000 units in the area total, all of our single family, hotel, everything else. So it's a pretty big expansion with it. And then one last thing is I think, STRs are part of the 21st century. I'm glad we're doing this. It's an important part, properly controlled with it in the economy with it. but making sure we don't have somebody's that buys their single-family home, that lives there year-round with it, that some of the instances we've seen on the island where people are actually moving because they have these businesses, and as everybody said, there's a lot of money in it with it. So they're getting elbowed out with it because people are operating outside of their property rights, so to speak. So I want to thank you all. I know there's a lot more. Mr. Togman's suggestions and stuff. We still have a long way to go, so I think your work's cut out for you in the next 6 weeks to be coming back to us with, parking, noise, density, what the conditions we're actually going to be operating under, what these business owners are going to be doing, what their operations protocols are. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the work that you and the staff have put in bringing this forward, and looking forward to hearing about what the input of our stakeholders has been. When it comes to renting out a short-term rental unit, there is a rating system for both the operator and the renter. And when you have a nuisance renter, the operator has the ability to give them a low rating, and I believe that if they consistently get low ratings, then they are not allowed certain uses for STRs, I guess depending on the platform. But also, part of the part of the platform that these websites allow for, whether it's VRBO or Airbnb, or I'm sure others, but typically, if there is a nuisance renter, I as a neighbor can go to the website and look up a contact information to report that nuisance renter. And what's supposed to happen is that the company would then contact the owner to let them know that the renter is being a nuisance to that neighborhood. With that being said, has there been any discussion about signage requirements that would include that type of contact information for these STR properties?
I know that has been a discussion with Heather in our finance group, and I think that software, that's a feature. They can add some of these different things that you're mentioning. Michael, do you have any comments on you have that? But some of that information of if you have a neighbor contacting the owner situation where you're talking about.
Well, no, they contact the website directly, whether it's Airbnb or VRBO, and then the company contacts the owner. But some of that information, for some people, may be hard for them to find online. So I would suggest that if we're talking about signage requirements, that contact information for the company should be made part of the information posted on the sign.
Just adding it to the existing ordinance where we already have requirements for the owner or property manager that they're dealing with. We have that contact information inside the unit. You're saying add the contact information for the different platforms that they rent the property on? Is that correct?
And it needs to be visible to the neighborhood. Just for example, if I'm operating an STR and I've got a nuisance renter in there, and Councilman Lerma here is a neighbor to that property, well then he needs to find out who to contact to report that nuisance renter. And if he has my information, great, he can contact me. But if he doesn't, who does he call? So there needs to be some sort of information posted where he can step outside, look at the number or the email address to contact the company, who would then contact me to deal with that renter.
Yeah, that sounds like a feature that Heather was looking at with the software company, a hotline that could be added, and it's an additional module or
Well, it's not
something.
so-
But it would be
I mean,
through our registration.
yeah, you can add it to our registration, but it's something that's already in place by Airbnb and VRBO.
Yeah.
And
I
I'm
think
not
it
sure.
can be added. I mean, again, it's just language within the ordinance if that's a requirement. I mean, we already have the contact information requirement for a local respondent within the existing registration ordinance. So it would just be modifying that to add that in. Shouldn't be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, contacting me, I can deal with it directly if I'm the operator, but if I'm getting constant calls from the company that I'm signed up with, well, then I'm going to have an issue with them. And then eventually there would be some sort of consequence. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, a lot of this, and I want to correct Miles, there is a way to have single-family home areas, with exception of ours 4.5, as an STR if you get a special permit. Under section 5.2.24, single-family units in a single-family district cannot be rented for less than 1 month unless approved by Planning Commission and City Council as a bed and breakfast, which is the RS6 / special permit, which you can do it if you got it. However, I don't believe we have any because I don't think we've even given the courtesy to anybody to file. I think we've had one application, which was on the island, which we all denied. Is it 2? I've only seen 1. Okay, so with that, there's got to be changes to the UDC. Obviously, this section would have to be removed if we're going to allow it through this ordinance, correct? So we'd have to have a modification for that as well. What other changes to the UDC would we be making?
Just the deletion of that sentence.
Okay, so we're going to keep the requirement for bed and breakfast that you have to have a special permit for it. Is that correct?
Come join us.
The intent would be to limit that provision to just the island.
The bed and breakfast?
No, the short-term rental provision.
Can you explain that a little bit more? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So the section of references is the no single-family unit shall be rented in a single-family district with the exception of the bed and breakfast by special permit, but you could modify that provision to only apply to the island and not the entire city.
Well, the reason I asked that is because in your presentation, you have 2 types of renters, right? Or phase, what do they call these people?
Type 1 and Type 2.
Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 is somebody that's on the property and renting out the space, right? Wouldn't that be similar to a bed and breakfast?
Yes and no. A lot of bed and breakfasts base their business model on the services that they offer, where we're looking at for platforms with Type 1s, they're really just offering a room to sleep, very little service that they may have. We ran into this in a lot of discussion between...
that's kind of splitting hairs there, right?
Again, it is a little different. What we found in other cities is bed and breakfasts, hotels, even apartment complexes have short-term rentals. It's all based on the amenities that they offer.
Okay, well, I think you probably need to look at that portion too, plus the requirements there.
Yeah.
Because you require a zoning change for townhome or duplex or whatever thing for a bed and breakfast, but you don't require that for a short-term rental.
Correct, and those are the things that we'll look at in Phase 2, because the bed and breakfast ordinance
Okay, it wasn't
is
in your
somewhat
wasn't in your
antiquated.
presentation, so.
Well, again, there's a lot of things that may not be in the presentation that'll be discussed,
Okay.
especially as we have stakeholder engagement.
Okay, I noticed in that, I guess, different cities that do different things here, the only one that had kind of a restriction to it was the tourism area in Arlington. Were there any other cities that had restrictions? And the reason I say that is because you're looking to restrict or treat the island differently than other parts of town.
Of the Texas, that was, I guess, the primary that created actual district around the stadiums, and then
Right, but
prevented
it's
it from other
unlimited, right?
places.
It's not kind of,
It's unlimited inside that district. Now, some
Right.
other cities like Galveston, Port Aransas, they have specific zones that they've limited. Old Town Port A doesn't have short-term rentals. Certain areas of Galveston don't have short-term rentals. But they modified their entire zoning rules for those. But it does occur in
so are we going to do the same things, change the zoning?
at this point, I don't think there's a reason to do that. It kind of complicates things. I mean, that's my opinion.
Well, I want to make sure we're treating people equally, right? So in townhomes, are we limiting them to 15%?
No. Yeah, it's
Duplex
only single-family
neighborhoods, are we
zone areas.
limiting them to 15%?
No.
Okay, so if I own, my home is a townhome or my home is a duplex, I have no recourse in terms of the amount of STRs that are in my neighborhood. So we're actually treating them differently than we are single-family homes. Is that correct?
Currently, it's unlimited right now in multifamily or commercial zoning districts.
Well, I'm not talking about commercial zoning. I'm talking about multifamily, right?
Yeah, there's no restriction on the length of stay or the rental.
Okay, so we're treating people that live in townhomes differently than we do the people that live in single-family homes. Okay, just want to establish that. Okay. Are we requiring commercial properties that are doing short-term rentals to register under property registration?
Yeah, any STR unit within multifamily or commercial would be required to register.
So even though it is currently allowed under our zoning, we're requiring them to register. So going back to something Councilman Barrera said, we're looking for a solution or looking for a problem with this. Solution looking for a problem, sorry. And I thought about it. In 3.5 years I've been on council, I've had four complaints, and which is why I asked for the budget to be amended to include $50,000 for sting operations, and I thought that would be an opportunity to enforce our zoning, which we never did. That being said, I haven't really had complaints. I've had more complaints on long-term rentals, on people that have had probably twice as many. I had just had one recently, and then I realized we'd redistricted, and now it's in Councilman Barrera's area. So I'll pass that information on. So considering we're looking for a solution, problem in search of a solution, right, or solution in search of a problem, can we start property registration for long-term rentals?
Cities do it, yes.
So where does it stop? We're going to make sure every property in the city is going to be registered with the city, right? Is that the choice?
Well, the registration ordinance was passed for the island of Flower Bluff, and then the rest of the city, legally zoned properties will have to register July 11th. So that ordinance is in place today.
No, I'm being facetious. Okay. The other, I didn't vote for this because I thought we were not treating people equally. If we're going to have something, you should treat people equally, regardless of where they live, what time of home they decide to live in, whether it's multifamily, duplex, townhome, whatever it is. If we're going to have something in restriction for some area, then it should be equal for all of them. I'm not necessarily a fan of property registration. Our historic plan includes it as well for downtown properties. This is just, where does it end? How much more information do we need? If we're if we're going to do this, I mean, it just seems like it's show me your papers, right? So I'm probably not in favor of this going forward, but unless we treat people equally. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. We've covered a lot of ground, guys. My concern here is really centered around how we enforce this, because, and Peter, this was been happening at the city long before you came here. The city's really good at enacting policies and zoning and all those kinds of stuff, knowing full well they have absolutely no way to enforce what they're doing. I mean, I sat on a planning commission and we would pass special permit after special permit after special permit, and I finally asked one night, I said, how many people do we have enforcing this stuff that we're doing? And the answer was one. So it'd be the same as having one police officer working for the whole city of Corpus Christi. So, that's where, and so you add this exception policy, Dan, and that just opens up a whole new can of worms. I mean, where do you draw the line? What is the exception? And are you going to keep moving it's like Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown when he goes to kick it off and she pulls it away at the last minute. Where do you stop? And it was the same discussion we had when I was on the planning commission about bed and breakfasts. And I can remember our chairman, David Berlanga, saying, well, I'll just go file my house and pay the registration fee as a bed and breakfast, and that'll keep anybody in the neighborhood close to me from having one. I won't actually have one, but I'll be blocking anybody else from having one. So what's to prevent people from doing that if they don't want them in their neighborhood? And the really big problem Miles and I have had some intellectual discussions about this. The city has been taking money from people in the city who have been renting their houses out as STRs in residential neighborhoods, and we've been taking HOT money from them. And as far as I'm concerned, that makes the city complicit with enabling them to violate our own rules. And so if I've been one of those people, and for the last, 5 years, pick a number, I've been paying the city hotel motel tax on my short-term rental in a RS6 neighborhood on Padre Island or anywhere else in the city, and now you're going to tell me I can't do that anymore. I think I ought to get a refund of all that hotel motel tax I paid in, because you've now, it'd be like us going downtown here and saying, you know what, all you guys running restaurants, we've decided we don't want any restaurants downtown, we're going to shut that down. And Miles and I disagree about this, but I just have a real problem with us collecting money from people and then telling them at the same time you can't do this. And this whole block face thing and the percentage of it, I just don't know, Dan, how you would ever enforce that, because I've been a part of an HOA for a better part of 20 years, and I will tell you it's almost impossible. Peter gave a perfect example. We have speed limits, but we know everybody's going to speed. I mean, I drive 75 on Interstate 37, and I'm an impediment to progress. I mean, nobody drives 75 on Interstate 37 anymore. So I get in the right-hand lane and drive 75, and everybody passes me. So, and why is the island exempt? I still don't is it because the Padre Island Property Owners Association decided that they don't want STRs there? I mean, how can we legally do that if we're going to permit them in other places of the city? How can we just say Padre Island gets a pass? And and not that I don't, I applaud them if they want to get together and say, you know, when you come across that bridge, there's no STRs unless you're a commercial property. I'm okay with that. But couldn't I do that for my neighborhood where I live? Couldn't our homeowners association come to the city and say, we don't want any STRs. We don't want any of this, you know, percentage stuff you've got drawn up here. We don't want them in our neighborhood.
Yeah, you're asking from a legal basis, how can you make that distinguishment? Oh, like all of zoning exists. Zoning exists to distinguish between different classes of property on the basis of different desired uses.
I realize that.
And so you're allowed, that's the whole point of zoning, is you're allowed to make that distinguishing aspect between different areas. The island is unique and different. If you want to, and I think one of those is the recognition that the island is fervently against any change to the STRs, but the other reason is that the island is fundamentally the other justification would be that the island is fundamentally a tourist destination, much more so than the rest of the city, and therefore the existence of large numbers of STRs might change the environment that people have to live in to a detrimental degree. At least that's their argument.
No,
much more so than the rest of the city.
I understand that completely. I really
so
do.
it's rational basis, and that's what you need as a minimum.
But there are STRs operating there today, right? That we know of, that are in residential neighborhoods?
That are legally permitted as
that we
PUDs.
probably have been collecting HOT tax from.
Yeah, the answer is yes, Councilman, but I did want to point out that the homeowner's not paying the tax. It's the renter or the short-term, it's the client that pays it. So the homeowner's not taking money out of their own pocket, most likely.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
we're collecting money.
Right, yeah, I just want to make, just in case the public gets confused, that we're not taxing the homeowner, it's the user gives the tax to the homeowner who gives it to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll concede that point. But the fact of the matter is, we've been, for that piece of property, that parcel of property,
Right.
we've been collecting
We collect $1 million
money.
a year.
Yeah, $1 million a year.
Yeah.
Across the city.
Right.
And now we're gonna tell some of those people that I don't care who's paying it, you can no longer have an STR.
That's the current staff,
recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah. Based on input in particular from the island. The island's the only area that we've excluded them in those residential areas, the R6 areas, in the recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of agree with Councilman Barrera, and I kind of agree with Councilman Smith. You know, I'm a strong believer in property rights. I own a lot of property, and I understand that. Are we increasing property rights here, as Councilman Smith pointed out? Yeah, we may be. The one thing I've always lived by is I don't want your property rights to impact my property rights. So when I bought my house in the subdivision I live in, and I'm gonna speak for myself because I'm a traditionalist, is my expectation of that neighborhood was gonna remain a neighborhood, and that there weren't gonna be 6 houses on the street where I live that were operating essentially as a hotel. And several years ago, Nueces County put a group home in my neighborhood, just down the street from me, for handicapped people. And they're still there, but there's only one, so it's not a big deal. If there were 12 of those group homes in our neighborhood, that might be a big deal, because there's an ambulance or a van running up and down my street every day caring for those people. So this is a troubling issue, and you know, Andy brought out some good points when on the email he sent us about enforcement, and that's something I've been concerned about. We've had difficulty enforcing the zoning and rules and regulations with mowing weeds and whatnot. What do we have now? 25 code enforcement officers running around the city trying to do that?
I think it's about 29.
29?
28? Yeah, 28, Councilman, 28.
And it's a full-time job for them keeping up with that. So now we're going to add this on top of it.
Right.
They will be, and the problem is code enforcement officers, from my perspective, don't have the authority of a guy showing up with a badge on and a gun. When a police officer shows up, knocks on your door and says, you need to quit this, that usually carries a lot more weight than one of our code enforcement officers. It would with me. So I don't know where that enforcement belongs. That's the thing that keeps me up at night. Does it belong in code enforcement, or does it belong with CCPD?
Right.
And if we put it on CCPD, we better be prepared to hire some more cops.
Yeah.
Right, that are more, right. That are
Doesn't
pretty, right.
belong on CCP.
Yeah, I think that, I haven't confirmed it with the chief, but I would submit to say that it's a low priority for any police officer
Yeah.
addressing a business's fact that they have unruly renters.
Yes.
Right. We're going to go to a homicide or some type of domestic violence case first before we take care of that second one.
Mr. Risley, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to answer that question. Police do have authority to address all code enforcement violations. They are peace officers and have the authority to issue a citation, and what they would call it is a release from custody that you get with as a citation. However, just as the city manager indicated, that's a low priority, so that's why we have code enforcement officers.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I realize that. I know that they can go out and do it. They can city police have the right to enforce any of our ordinances, but they ordinarily don't, take on these kind of cases. Anyway, I'm in the middle of the road on this, and I need to have a lot more information before I can make a decision. There's just a lot of this that keeps me up at night, and I want to do I think this council wants to do the right thing here.
Yeah.
And I understand having some policies in place that give us the ability to govern what's going on. But Dan, just some of these, and especially this block face thing, really gives me heartburn. I just don't know how that's ever going to work. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Councilman Hunter and then Councilman Barrera. But I would venture to say that, Councilman, this is a briefing. And I think that it would be good, I know probably whomever is notating all of this, but that's the whole point, is for us to be, we always task staff to use best practices, to look at other cities, especially to look at, the ones above us. And so I know y'all are doing that. And then we tweak and we make it our own. And so, yes, thank you for all the work you're doing, because it is a lot. This is huge. And some of you have done this in other cities, which is a huge advantage. Does it mean we want to be other cities? No. And I really dislike it when people say that. Not that anyone here is saying that, but I don't like it when I hear it from other people. The first thing I tell them is, no, we're not trying to be other cities, but we're very grateful that we have many people who have worked in bigger cities, who have addressed issues that we're just now addressing, because it is to our advantage. So after this briefing, we all should come back and make your own notes, so that when you do come back, Dan, you're only doing what you're hearing. And what you're doing today is what you've heard us. Dude, this is step one. We're just talking, and I know you said that, Councilman. I'm not saying, and no one up here is saying anything wrong per se. I just want to make sure it's clear. This is not policy. This is a discussion, and this is something we go by to move forward. So, just with that said, Councilman Hunter, yes.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I was about to touch on the same topic, so I was going to ask, what are our plans or schedules going forward to continually modify this process, other than bringing it to us one more time and hearing us out individually? I guess what I'm asking is do we have plans for the next 5 years to modify it again every year, see what adjustments we need to make?
Yeah. Like any ordinance, this kind of living document, looking at the percentages, we can monitor activity at the Zoning Board of Adjustment. That's just, if that were to approve and go in that manner, we could, if we get overloaded with 100 cases, well, then we know our percentage is too low. So we'll monitor the activity. Code enforcement will give us feedback and see, let us know what they're seeing in the field. If we need to make changes, we'll do that. Sure. So I think, an annual review of the ordinance is.
I think it's a good idea. I'm worried that our current plan may not be enough, considering, Councilman Hernandez and I were at an event yesterday, he got bombarded by my old baseball coach on STR, so it was kind of funny. But that's right. He's District 5. He's District 5. Another thing is everyone. There's been so much discussion on the island, and that either they're being favored or disfavored in the treatment, and that's probably a poor way of saying it, but really they're being given an opportunity or not given the same opportunity as someone else. Should we go through the formal process of what the city secretary's office usually does when we have some of these situations and just get signatures? Would that help y'all?
Signatures for.
Use a
Not
petition.
allowing just because I can tell you right now, they like what you've done
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the residential area.
Right, they do.
But there are definitely a few, like Councilman Pusley said, that have been operating over there. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, I would hate to be operating a business and then have y'all come take it out from under my feet, and then what do I do with that house? I'm stuck with it. And now I don't have the income to pay the property taxes, especially the windstorm out there, to take care of some of that stuff. So it is it's a tough pill to swallow for that individual. But I don't know if there is a formal process that we can take to justify that POA versus, because I mean, 9,000 property owners is, even though that's an exaggerated number that they use, is a big difference from 150 person HOA or 400. So if there is any formal process that other cities use that we could utilize, please let us know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. I don't want to come across, we're offering the feedback. I know I'm offering the feedback, so that way you can take that into consideration when we put this all together, so that way you're not blindsided, you know. And I agree, we need to have an ordinance, we need to have a registry. We want to ensure that we get revenue. We want to have a registry, so that way if somebody is being a nuisance, then we have a way, you know, so that way we can regulate them in one sense or another. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Councilman, Mr. Zanoni,
I
did you
was just
have
going to comment back. We appreciate it, Councilman, because
Yeah.
like, as the mayor said, this is step one to 6 weeks. Remember, there's 6 weeks between now and the end of June. This is the beginning, step one. And we could have done one-on-one briefings, but I think this is good for this type of policy. It's just, we're saying, hey, there's where we are today.
Right.
Everything you've told us is we're taking it back in the positive way. We're not like, oh my God, you know. So this is how we're getting good feedback from you all, you all the policy setters. So we need to hear from you, and this is a good way to do it as a group. So
Thank you,
yeah,
Peter.
thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Okay,
Councilman.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mary. I wanted to touch on something I failed to mention, is that a lot of times we see, code enforcement officers don't work on weekends, right? Or at night? No, right? So when you have the parties or nuisances, they tend to be at night and on weekends, right? So what I look at is we're always looking for a solution that is government oriented, right? And that's one of the reasons I was against having a PID lasting, forever in perpetuity, is because you've got, at some point government should try and get out of some of the private things that should be done privately. So in looking at this, we should have a requirement that if you do operate an STR, you should have a plaque on your front door or somewhere on the front of your home or building or whatever that has the contact information for the owner of the property with the phone numbers and all that stuff. Because if you're on Saturday night, who do you call when you have a complaint? You have to deal with it and then try and get somebody from the city on Monday. If you have a number to call, have them try and resolve it at that point instead of trying to get us involved, because we have limited resources. We have 28 code enforcement officers that are going to address it during the week. So if we can try and get ourselves out of it as much as possible, get that information to the people that need to get it quickly and complain to the owner of the property. I'm pretty sure they would address it as quickly as they possibly can with their renters, because they don't want the problems. Because what happens is, if you had a complaint, then you have a code enforcement officer come and inspect your property, right? That's part of the ordinance. So let's give them the opportunity to try to resolve it on their own, as opposed to automatically have a uniformed officer go and address it, right? That should be one of our, try to get it resolved before we have to escalate it. I would hope we would have done that, on the front side, before having to require a lot of this stuff, but, I think it should be there for us for them to try and resolve it quickly, at the time of the incident. Thank you.
Councilman, you have your light on?
No, I just got one quick comment, Mayor. And I want to reiterate what Councilman Barrera said. I really appreciate all the work y'all been putting into this. I know this is a hard job. I can't even imagine what you've had to go through to do this, and I sincerely appreciate the hard work. And I'm glad, Peter, this is the first step, and we're trying to wrestle through this and figure out. And it's important for us to get this right, because in deference to our good friends in the hotel motel business, we owe them this. They're down here paying hotel motel taxes to the city, or the people coming in here are, but we're collecting that money, regardless of who's paying it. And it's not fair to them that we're allowing this competition to go on with them, and they're not being charged the same fees. So it's important for us to get this right, because the hotel motel owners deserve a fair playing field. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all the questions, comments. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and Bryce. Buck, not Bryce. Sorry. Bryce is your husband. Okay, thank you very much. So I think that concludes, good, Louise. Got one more. Forgot. Okay, that takes us to section O, which is the appeals of a decision of the Building Standards Board, item number 25. Am I reading that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the appeals will proceed using the following format. Read all that?
Yeah, just to clarify the process for us, Mayor.
Okay, the appeals will proceed using the following format. Requester's presentation of appeal up to 3 minutes. The requester is subject to questioning. B, explanation of applicable law. C, staff response to requester's complaint about errors of the board. D, council action. And we have 3 different options. Number 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Building Standards Board's decision. Number 2, sustain the appeal or reverse the board's decision. Or number 3, amend the board's decision in whole or in part. So item number 25 is the appeal of the Building Board Standards Board's order to demolish the dilapidated substandard structure identified as 900 Parker's Alley, also known as 1422 San Juan Street, owned by Markman Brothers Investments, Corpus Christi, LLC.
Okay, so first we would ask the requester if he's present to appear.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. My name is David Klein. I represent Markman Brothers Investments. We own the property that our Markman Brothers owns the property at
Mr.
issue.
Klein, I'm sorry, would you move that over to you? Yes, thank you.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay. Markman Brothers Investments owns the property that is at issue this afternoon. And what I'm here this afternoon to do is to ask you to reconsider in part the decision that was made by the Construction Standards Board. And before I do that, I'd like to give you just a little bit of background. Markman Brothers Investments is a company that has purchased 125 or 150 properties or so here in Corpus Christi. And a lot of these properties are in very similar condition to this property this afternoon. So what they do is they come in and they remodel and renovate these properties, and then they sell them. They write their own mortgages, and they market these properties to people who otherwise would not be able to purchase homes or qualify for traditional financing. So for a $500 or $1,000 down payment, they sell these homes to people. And so the benefit then to the city and the county is that these properties are now lived in instead of being vacant and abandoned. And these properties are now on the tax rolls with someone paying the taxes. Now, the property that is at issue here this afternoon is in very bad shape. There really is no getting around that. And so when Markman bought this property, it was prior to Hurricane Harvey and prior to COVID. And since the occurrence of both of those events, we've had nothing but problems in getting materials and labor to do work on a lot of these properties. So I'm not going to ask you to not order the property to be demolished, but what I am going to ask you to do is to give us 90 days to either bring the property up to satisfactory condition for the Code Enforcement Department or have it demolished. We're asking for 90 days so that we can get someone over there to either get it up to speed, which, in all honesty, I don't think that will be possible, but to give us at least 90 days to get it demolished then so that the city doesn't have to do it for us. And I'm open to any questions that the council might have.
What was your name? I'm so sorry.
David Klein.
David, Mr. Klein, how long, and you may have mentioned this, how long has this property been?
I'm sorry?
How long has this property been in this disarray?
I would imagine since it was purchased, and maybe even before then. I don't have any particular details. It looks like there's been a fire that has hit this house, and I don't have the details of when that fire occurred, if it was prior to the purchase or not. When we purchased these properties, they were sight unseen. It was, they just bought a bunch of houses and tried to get to work on them and get them remodeled and renovated. One of the other kind of variables, the unknown factors that goes with this property is as Markman Brothers understands it, the zoning of the property is somewhat up in the air. This property is located, I believe, in the pathway of the New Harbor Bridge, and so there's some question as to whether it will remain a residential zone property or become an industrial zone property. I believe it's been changed to a temporary industrial zone right now. So, there are a lot of things up in the air, and that has kind of lowered the priority for addressing this property.
And Mr. Klein, you mentioned you plans are, I guess, to demolish it.
That's the most likely plan, in all honesty, because looking at the property, it would have to be basically be rebuilt anyway.
And I just have to ask, why hasn't anything been done since you you all received a notice of violation on 4/14 of 21?
It's like I mentioned, after Hurricane Harvey, we experienced a real problem with getting materials and labor, because immediately following the storm, everyone who was qualified to do that was going to Rockport or Port Aransas to do that work. Afterward, I hit a button somewhere. Afterward, with COVID hitting, we've had nothing but problems with getting labor and materials.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Mr. Klein, I can sincerely appreciate your issues with materials and labor. Everybody is experiencing those same issues. So if I understand it correctly, and I don't know who with staff can address this, this property was first cited in March of, or April of 21, is that correct?
Well, are we, Ms.
Oh, you want to do that first?
Well, I think we ask questions of him and then
And then we go to staff. Okay, I'm sorry then.
Correct.
That's
Mayor.
okay.
I'll share the floor.
Well, no, I bet you will. Just kidding. No. I prefer to just stay on track with the form of this here.
Okay. Okay, so, yeah, but I understand that, but, and I hope you understand that, this is something that's been sort of a goal of this council is we're trying to, for lack of a better term, clean the city up a little bit. There's been a number of these kinds of properties around the city, and it's an arduous process to go through. I started on one when I first became a council member, and it took 7 months to get it done. And so, you know, it's a real tough deal, and I wish you guys all the best with this, but I don't think, I've done a lot of remodels in my life, but I don't in my wildest dreams ever think that you can remodel that.
That's why I'm not trying to argue with you.
If the termites quit holding hands over there, that building will fall down.
Right, and that's part of why we're asking just for more time to address the issue. And let me just say, we share that same issue, or the vision of trying to get rid of a lot of properties that look like this. We've had some success with getting properties renovated, remodeled, and sold, and getting property owners in these in properties.
And we
a lot
appreciate
like
that. I
this.
mean, that provides affordable housing, and we desperately need that in this city, and we appreciate that. So I'll have some questions for staff here, but I sincerely appreciate your information. Thank you.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Klein, you're asking for 90 days. I think this could be demolished in one day, probably about 4 hours. Why the 90 days? Is
90
it a
days
cost factor type of thing?
I'm sorry?
Is it a cost factor?
No, sir. It's a labor factor. Having problems finding crews that can get out there and do it. And that's when we have 125, 150 properties that we're addressing, and this is really kind of a side note. We're addressing things like trying to keep litter picked up on all of these properties, trying to keep them boarded up to keep people from coming into the properties at night. So it's an ongoing struggle. And so getting labor, a crew that can get out there to do it, is the issue. You know, we may not even be able to get a crew out there in 90 days, but we're asking for 90 days to try to get that accomplished. I'm sure that the city might be able to get a crew to go out there tomorrow and knock it down. But we're asking to be able to address it ourselves.
Okay, well, I'm sure the city can do that. My biggest issue is this is a safety problem. Somebody walks in and that building falls down on them, we're going to have a big major problem here. I mean,
and we recognize that there's a potential liability that goes with that, and so that is, you know, one of the factors that we're taking into consideration as well.
okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Mr. Klein, you have an incredibly tough job here trying to defend this.
Well, that's why I'm asking for, let's knock it down then.
I just,
Sometimes it's an easier crowd.
I'll tell you, this is I understand your position. You were hired to do a job, but it's very difficult to see how this could be. Well, I'll just say, God bless you. You're thank you.
Okay, so I think at this point, explanation of applicable law, would that be Mr. Risley?
Yeah, I'd like to point out the resolution that you have before you simply upholds the Building Standards Board's order. In this case, we don't think that there's any question. This building is not going to be that can be rehabilitated. But I would also like to point to Section 4 in the proposed resolution that says that essentially gives the owner of the building 30 days already to tear down the building. And he'll have, even after that, he'll have an opportunity until we actually tear down the building to tear down the building himself and not have to face the possibility of a lien. So as long as, if it takes the city 120 days to actually get its crews out there, that time, he'll only pay for that. That'll only become a lien if the city actually gets out there and does it. So my recommendation is under the proposed resolution, he gets 30 days because it says the city may vacate, secure, remove, or demolish the building or relocate the occupants if the action ordered by the board is not taken by June 16th, 2022. So it gives him that 30-day period already. I think that's an adequate period for him to apprise himself of the building's condition and for his client to have an opportunity to get out there and do what he hasn't done for a long, long time. So I recommend approval of the resolution.
Okay. So now we will, staff response.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Bobby Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends moving forward with upholding the BSB recommendation to proceed with demolition. As Mr. Klein mentioned, it's been over the course of a year that code enforcement has been involved with this case. It was initially initiated through a fire that we were involved with it, and we've been working with the homeowners, the Markman Brother company, for the last year, and no repair has been made. No attempt has been made to contact us, and the attempt to make any type of repairs, and as you mentioned, it has continued to dwindle in a state of disrepair at this point in time. And like you mentioned, Councilman, it is a safety hazard and cause for concern at this point in time. As mentioned, we do have our contractors that could demolish it a lot sooner and a lot quicker, but as Miles mentioned, we do have that 30 days opportunity for them to do it as well. So we recommend upholding the BSB initial recommendation for demolition.
Okay. Councilman Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. On a demolition like this, what's the cost to the property owner when the city demolishes a property like this?
So we utilize different contractors, and we request bids from the contractors to determine based off of the square footage and the amount of work initiated, so it varies. Also, we have to check in to see if there's any asbestos requirements prior to initiating the demolition. So a rough estimate is about $5,000, and I don't know, Mr. Klein may be able to answer that with Lineberger, he handles our liens. I don't know the administrative costs associated with that when a lien is placed after demolition.
Okay. So on this particular property, estimate around $5,000 to demolish?
It could be. We had just to give you an apples to apples comparison, we had another one, it was a fire initiated damage as well, and their cost with Camacho demolition was $13,000. And they're
$13,000?
Yes, and they're demolishing themselves, including asbestos. So it varies. That's why it's hard to give you a rough estimate.
Right, sure. Mr. Klein, is there a time between 30 and 90 days that you think would suffice to get it done?
We would like as much time as possible. So is there a split in between there that works? Then, whatever you order is what we're going to have to work with. I can't say that 60 is a magical number or 45 or 75. In all honesty, we would really want more like 120 or 150 days, but that's probably not going to be on that horizon of reasonable dates. So, as much time as possible would be what we would ask for. And I would like to respond to one thing. I find it very hard to believe that we have not communicated with code enforcement about this property. I know that Markman Brothers has several foremen and other supervisors that work on these properties, and they're in constant contact with code enforcement and with the PD. So this is not a situation where we've ignored the property. It's just we have not been able to get to it.
Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So, Miles, it's by this ordinance that they have 30 days? Is it by ordinance they have 30?
The proposed resolution upholding the Building Standards Board's order that's in your packet gives
Okay.
them 30 days.
So our resolution.
And just keeps everything on track, but he
So-
has 30 days to appeal it to a district court. And that's why he
Okay,
gets his
so
30 days.
that's why they have the 30
That's why it's
days.
built into the resolution, so
Oh,
that we don't
okay.
knock it down in that 30-day period.
Well,
But until we knock it down, we in fact encourage the owner to do his own work.
Yeah, well, and the reason I'm asking is he said 398 days to knock this thing down. As Councilman Lerma said, this is a huge safety issue on there, but we can't get it earlier than 30 days is what I'm hearing. 'Cause that's
procedural.
where I would go if we could. 398 days since you've been cited on there, and there's absolutely no excuse for imperiling the neighborhood with a structure like this.
Okay,
This
Councilman.
in District 1,
Yeah, where's the, yeah. Councilman Hernandez?
Peter, correct me if I'm wrong. We have an ordinance update that we can, for safety reasons, we can demolish this a lot quicker. Why was this particular property not eligible for that?
Yeah, so that ordinance you're referring to is only, it's recently put on the books, but it's only when there's a sudden act of destruction, like a
fire?
Like a fire, but the fire happened a year ago. The ordinance was approved by council, I think, 3-4 months ago.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This occurred after.
Okay.
But you're right, if this, had the fire happened in the last week, it would be demolished by now.
Okay.
Either by the owner or we would, and then we'd put a lien on the property.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So all right, that was my question.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if it's been sitting there for over a year, and I understand the whole thing with the supply chain and not having materials, but there's no materials needed to tear it down. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Bonetta?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, David, I'd seen a lot of these come across from Markman Brothers, and so, it's funny. I didn't snap that it was you because I kept seeing your name. I was like, man, that guy's name looks familiar. And I just didn't, for whatever reason. I mean, knowing that they have their issues and they bought all these properties, I mean, obviously this is a foregone conclusion. I mean, because you can already tell the majority of the council already feels a certain way. Do they have some kind of action plan? Because obviously, I mean, I know we're just sticking with this, and I guess I like to think we're acquainted on a favorable basis and think that we're going to, somehow or another, you're going to convey to your client that this has got to be fixed.
Well, you're absolutely right, and what plan do you come up with when you can't get materials to fix houses, or you can't get labor?
Yeah.
So when the properties were bought, there had not been a Hurricane Harvey come through, and there had not been a COVID come through.
Gotcha.
And so moving forward, we're just going to have to do the best we can.
Yeah.
To be quite frank, you're probably going to see me again.
Yeah.
And so there's citations that we're dealing with in the municipal courts. Next week I've got 3 properties set in front of the Construction Standards Board, so I'll probably be here again next month. So just in all honesty, that they're doing the best they can with getting crews to do the work that they can get done. And maybe those turns of events were, what ultimately is the demise of this project. I can't speak to that, but when you have 125, and that's what the bulk is what makes the investment work. So moving forward, you just have to pick the houses that absolutely have to be addressed right now. We've had, I think, 3 properties demolished this year. We just couldn't get to them. And so, that's what we're doing moving forward.
All right, and just one other thing. I mean, and I don't mean to be facetious or sarcastic. I was talking to Isaac Camacho just over the weekend at the rodeo, and he says, "Man, we could use some more business." So I don't know if you guys want to throw it that way. Not that I'm advocating for any one or the other. I'm just telling you.
There's all kinds of problems that come up with these types of projects. I know that several of our regular laborers, got into other trouble, and so It's just been one thing after another. You know, but luckily, some of the houses have worked out. They've been sold. They've got people living in them now. So it is moving forward.
All right.
And like this property, who knows what will happen with it? Even when the structure is gone, because I think it's right there in the path of the new bridge. So I don't know if it'll become an industrial property or if it will be rezoned or what will happen with it.
All right. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's all of our questions. We can do one of three things.
That's right.
So we can deny the appeal, and sustain the appeal, or amend the appeal.
Yes, so passage of the resolution would uphold the Building Standards Board's decision.
Passage of the resolution.
Yes, as presented. So there's a resolution in your packet.
Right.
So
So we make a motion to pass pass the
As
resolution
presented.
as presented, or amend, or deny.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve
The
the
resolution.
resolution,
Okay, pass the resolution
pass the resolution
as is.
as
As
presented.
Mhm. Okay, there's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say no. Okay.
John, did you,
John
Mr. Martinez?
The motion carries. Okay.
And
there-
Mayor, if I can just say for the record,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not opposing it because I oppose the tearing down. I would have given him another 30 days, so I would have approved a 60-day amendment to it.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. But y'all didn't speak up. Okay, thank you. There being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.